Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank. We're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank. We're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank. We're the bank. Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf, or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome here to SandBox Media Rodeo broadcast here at the high school rodeo here at the State Fair in Grand Island, Nebraska at the U.S. Foods Outdoor Arena. Special thanks, everybody, here for tuning in. This is Brody Benson. Over here on the north end of the arena, we'll kick things off with bull riding. After that, we'll move into steer wrestling, then tie down. Over here on the south side, we'll do a little goat tying and then pole bending. It's going to be a great day here for some rodeo, so appreciate you tuning in. And we're going to kick off the action here in a bit. Kicking things off over here on the south edge here for the goat tying. Donnell Legg out of Kennesaw, followed by Harper Hershey out of Torrington. And then Ty Miller out of Valentine's is going to be in the hole. And we'll let you know who's up first in the bull riding. Looks like we got Stetson Sweely, Cooper Kerner, Parker Chavez, Sutton Strunk, Colton Sanger, Clay Dean, and Tucker Marks are going to be our bull riders today here this morning. Then once again, like I said, we'll move into some steer wrestling and then tie down roping. After this, we'll be moving into full arena. We'll take down that turnback fence there in the center, then be able to bring you action for the rest of the events like team roping, breakaway roping, and barrel raising, as well as some saddle bronc and bareback riding. So continue to stay tuned, and thanks for tuning in here to SandBox Media. And with Stetson Sweely, not going to make it to the whistle, though. It's going to be in a no score there. No score for Stetson Sweely. All right, here comes Donnell Legg, Kennesaw Cowgirl up first to go here in the goat tying. And a nice run there by Donnell Legg at a Kennesaw. We'll get you time here soon. It's actually going to be a no time for Donnell. No time for Donnell. Sutton Shrunk, Valentine, Nebraska Cowboy, going to be up next to go here in the bull riding. Up next is going to be Harper Hershey out of Torrington, Wyoming. Ty Miller out of Valentine is going to be on deck. And then Chloe Wareham out of Hershey is going to be in the hole. Here we go, Sutton Shrunk. And it's going to be another buck off here today. Going to be a no score there for Sutton Shrunk. So far, bulls are winning here today. We got Harper Hershey working for us right now here in the goat tying.
Horse crosses that 10-foot rope. It's a 10-second penalty. And they're making it 27.95.
Had a 10-second penalty there for Harper Hershey, so a 27.95. Here we go, Valentine, Cherry County representing. Ty Miller up next to go, followed by Chloe Wareham out of Hershey, and then Ames with Cowgirl. Kinsey Walls is going to be in the hole. Clay Hadeen, Sterling Cowboy up next to go here.
Thank you to our platinum sponsors here at the High School Rodeo. 44 Farm family owned since 1909. Serve the truck. Coast to coast.
Ty Miller working for us right now here. And got a flag to drop. We'll get you a nice time here soon for the Cowgirl out of Valentine, Nebraska. $10.74 there for Ty Miller. Chloe Wareham up next out of Hershey, Nebraska. Kinsey Walls out of Ainsworth on deck. Then Tommy Reed, the Crawford Cowgirl, is going to be in the hole. Getting ready for Clay Hadeen. Here we go. Little slide and ride action. Pop the gate, nod your head. Here we go, Cowboy. Sterling Cowboy up next to go. And once again, Chloe Wareham out of Hershey is going to be up to go here on the south edge of the arena. We got the UNL Rodeo team out here helping out all across the arena, so a lot of appreciation and thankfulness for them being out here, making sure everything runs smoothly. And a flag drops there for Chloe Wareham. We'll get you a time here soon with the Cowgirl out of Hershey, Nebraska. $16.74 there for Chloe Wareham. Ainsworth Cowgirl, Kinsey Walls up next to go. Then Tommy Reed out of Crawford is going to be on deck. And then Sydney, Nebraska, Aspen King in the hole. Good kind of a rowdy bull in the chute here for Clay Hadeen, the Sterling Cowboy. But once he get a chance, he's going to nod his head and hopefully get our first qualified ride on the board here in the bull riding. All right, gets up on his road. Here we go, Clay Hadeen around to the right. Has a seat a little bit, but unable to finish it off there. It's going to be a no score for Clay Hadeen. No score. We just watched Kinsey Walls work for us right there. 12.58 there for Kinsey Walls. Tommy Reed out of Crawford. Panhandle representing up next to go. Also the Panhandle, Aspen King out of Sydney. And then Stewart Cowgirl. Peyton Sheffield's going to be in the hole. So far just 3 no scores here in the bull riding. Cooper Kerner out of Sutherland's up next to go. We'll see if he has anything to say about all these buck-offs. Watching Tommy Reed out of Crawford work for us right now here in the goat tying. Working with 34 goat tires today here. Getting a bull rope pulled over here on the north side. 10.54 there for Tommy Reed. Unofficially, that will move her into the lead right there. 10.74 in second by Ty Miller. Getting ready here for Cooper Kerner, Sutherland Cowboy up next to go here in the bull riding. Aspen King out of Sydney up next to go in the goat tying, followed by Peyton Sheffield out of Stewart. Then Caitlin Freeberg out of Brule is going to be in the hole. All right, here we go. Getting set just right. Got to get the bull looking, then a little slide and ride action. Here we go. Cooper Kerner, Sutherland Cowboy up next to go. And got a piece of one. Finding a seat around to the right. Kind of jumping around. And there we go. Pulls a little Justin McBride there. If you remember the PBR World Finals where he won it. Hanging off to the side. We're going to get a qualified score here by Cooper Kerner. $13.81 for Aspen King, $13.81 for the cowgirl out of Sydney. Up next is Peyton Sheffield out of Stewart, Caitlin Freeberg out of Brule, then North Platte cowgirl Phoenix Brown's going to be in the hole. 60-point ride is going to be Cooper Kerner's score, a 60-point ride. That'll put him on the leaderboard all by himself there, sitting number one with one score at a 60-point ride for Cooper Kerner. Just a couple more bull riders left to go. Watching Peyton Sheffield work right now here, the cowgirl out of Stewart. Getting ready here for Tucker Marks, the Wisner Cowboy up next to go here. We'll be down here in buck and shooting number 2. Tucker Marks, Wisner Cowboy up next to go. And 11.32 there for Peyton Sheffield, 11.32 there for Peyton. Caitlin Freeberg out of Brule up next to go, followed by Phoenix Brown out of North Platte. Then Aubrey Whitaker out of Humphrey is going to be in the hole. And once again, Wisner Cowboy Tucker Marks is going to be up next to go here in the bull riding. Special thanks to Security First Bank, the official bank of SandBox Media, locations all across Nebraska and parts of South Dakota. Check them out and see why they are the official bank of SandBox Media. Security First Bank, proud to be a partner with us. Getting ready here for Tucker Marks, Anna Wisner, and Caitlin Freeberg. I got a Brule over here on the south end in the goat tying. All right, got a head nod and a ranked bull. He was sure a bucker right there. It's going to be a no score for Tucker Marks. Just watch Caitlin Freeberg work here in the goat tying, cowgirl out of Brule. $13.86, Caitlin Freeberg's time, a 13.86. North Platte cowgirl up next, Phoenix Brown, followed by Aubrey Whitaker out of Humphrey. Then Ellis Schweitzer, Burwell cowgirl is going to be in the hole. Looks like we just have 2 more bull riders left to go here before we move into some steer wrestling over here on the north end of the arena. Take down a turnback fence right after these next few bull riders, getting ready to welcome North Platte cowgirl Phoenix Brown. Parker Chavez, Cherry County Cowboy, up next to go here. All right, here we go. Got a head nod by Chavez. And around to the right, has a seat on him. And we're going to get another qualified ride here in the bull riding. We'll see if he takes his score. 56 points, does have the option of a re-ride. 761 there for Phoenix Brown. 761 right here. We're watching Aubrey Whitaker from Humphrey work for us here in the goat tie-in. We'll see if Parker Chavez keeps the 56 or takes the reride. 754 there by Aubrey Whitaker. 754 is going to move her into the leaderboard. Top of the leaderboard, Ella Schweitzer out of Burwell up next, followed by Casey Phipps out of Whitman. Then Charlie Hoyer out of Herman is going to be in the hole. Chavez is going to take a score. Up next, here in the bull riding, looks like we may be done. Maybe have one more. We'll see what we're doing over here on the south edge. Ella Schweitzer working for us right now here. And that'll finish things off there with the bull riding on the north edge. We'll switch back over here. 11:40, 11.40 there for Ella Schweitzer. All right, getting ready here for Casey Phipps, Whitman, Cowgirl once we switch out the goats here. And after that, Charlie Hoyer out of Herman, then Cassidy Vaughn out of Bartley is going to be in the hole. Over here on the north side, they're taking down the turnback fence, got the panel trailer out there. Once they're all done, we'll switch back over, watch both sides of the arena, catch some goat tying here on the south edge, as well as the steer wrestling over there on the north side. Once again, I want to thank everybody here for tuning in to the SandBox Media Rodeo broadcast. If you're on Facebook and want to watch it on YouTube or vice versa, make sure to check it out on all of our platforms here. Casey Phipps working for us right now here in the goat tie-in, put on a little clinic. 12.55 there for Casey Phipps. Charlie Hoyer out of Herman up next, followed by Cassidy Vaughn out of Bartley. Then Tatum Connell out of Thetford is going to be in the hole. Once we get the turnback fence broke down over here on the north edge of the arena, Hayes McCorney out of Bartlett is going to kick things off in the steer wrestling, followed by Aaron Hall out of Halsey. Then Jacob Fanning, the Ogallala Cowboy, is going to be in the hole. Watching Charlie Hoyer work for us right now here, Herman Cowgirl in the goat tie-in. $9.95 there for Charlie Hoyer. That'll move her, I believe, into the top 3 or 4 so far. Still, everybody chasing that 754 out of Aubrey Whitaker, as well as that 761 out of Phoenix Brown. Getting ready for Cassidy Vaughn out of Bartley, Nebraska. Then Tatum Connell out of Thetford. Then Marissa Weichert, the Grant Cowgirl, is going to be in the hole. Creeping up on halfway so far here through the goat tie-in. After that, we'll be moving into the pole bending over here on the south edge, while we're doing the steer wrestling and tie-down roping over here on the north edge of the arena. $11.77 there for Cassidy Vaughn. Tatum Connell up next out of Thetford, followed by Marissa Weichert out of Grant. And then Callie Olson out of Bloomfield is going to be in the hole. Getting closer over here on the north edge of the arena, getting the panels broke down. Then we'll be welcoming Hayes McCorney out of Bartlett to set the bar here in the steer wrestling. 10:39 there for Tatum Connell. Marissa Weicker out of Grant, Nebraska up next to go, followed by Callie Olson out of Bloomfield. Then your rodeo queen, Felicia Kirkman out of Atkinson, is going to be in the hole. Just two qualified scores there in the bull riding, a 56 from Parker Chavez, and then your winner is going to be Cooper Kerner, the Sutherland Cowboy. But each will get a piece of the check. Only one will get the buckle, though. Congrats there to Cooper Kerner out of Sutherland. We're watching Marissa Weicker, Grant Cowgirl, who work for us right now here in the goat tie-in. $14.77 there for Marissa Weicker. Bloomfield Cowgirl up next to go, Callie Olson, followed by Felicia Kirkman out of Atkinson. And then Josie Rother out of Belgrade is going to be in the hole. Still picking up panels over here on the north edge before we kick things off with Hayes McCorney out of Bartlett in the steer wrestling. .62. That'll move her unofficially, looks like, into the third spot right there. Felicia Kirkman out of Atkinson up next to go, followed by Josie Rother out of Belgrade. Then Addison Freeberg out of Brule is going to be in the hole. Just dragging over here on the north edge of the arena, getting closer to some steer wrestling. Got the panel trailer headed out of the arena over here on the north edge. Might be bringing in the tractor over here on the south edge too. Looks like we just hit halfway there, so might be bringing that in to do a rake kind of halfway through here in the pool and the goat tie-in as well. Once again, your first three Cowboys up. Hayes McCorney out of Bartlett, Aaron Hall out of Halsey, then the Ogallala Cowboy. Jacob Fanning is going to be in the hole. Those will be your first three Cowboys to go here in the steer wrestling over here on the north edge of the arena. Once we get finished with this drag, getting the ground prepped, we'll be ready to rock and roll with Hayes McCorney, the Bartlett Cowboy. And if we drag here on the south edge, once again, remember, we'll come back with your Nebraska High School Rodeo Queen, Felicia Kirkman out of Atkinson, followed by Josie Rother out of Belgrade. Then Addison Freeberg out of Brule is going to be in the hole.
Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank.
Getting closer to being ready here. Once again, I want to thank everybody here for tuning into SandBox Media Rodeo broadcast here at the U.S. Foods Outdoor Arena here in Grand Island, Nebraska at the State Fair. Looks like it might be kind of raining a little bit here and there. I knew there was a chance, but don't worry, we're fully covered, all protected, so we're going to be doing all right. We sure have had quite a bit of rain this weekend. I know in Hastings, where we were kind of stationed at, we saw just a little over 2 inches, I think 2 1/4. So it sure rained, but heck, we always need the rain, so we thank the good Lord for it. While they're dragging them here on the north side, just want to once again remind you, we'll be at the Dawson County Fairgrounds in Lexington, Nebraska, September 5th through the 7th. Under a week, just 5 or 6 days, we'll be able to be there for the Nebraska State Rodeo Association Finals. We'll be there for the amateur finals, so make sure to tune in. But if you're able to make the trip there to Lexington, make sure to come out and join the fun with all of us. We'd love to see you there. But if you're unable to make it, then make sure to catch all the action here at SandBox Media Facebook page, as well as on our YouTube channel. You'll be able to catch all the performances Friday and Saturday night there at 7 p.m., as well as the Steer Open Saturday morning at 9 a.m., and then 1 p.m. on Sunday, Short Goes Sunday, where we crown the champions. All right, going to bring the tractor, looks like, over here on the south edge, so we'll switch over here to the north edge of the arena to be able to catch all the action here for the steer wrestling. First up in the steer wrestling, like I mentioned before, here we go. Cowboy out of Bartlett, Nebraska. Hayes McCorney up first. Halsey Cowboy, Aaron Hall is going to be on deck. And then Jacob Fanning out of Ogallala is going to be in the hole. Those are the Cowboys that are going to try to set the bar here in the steer wrestling. We'll have 2 sections of steer wrestling, and then we'll have 2 sections of tie-down roping. So we'll kick off with this first section. We're shooting at about 17 steer wrestlers, it looks like. So around that 8 or 9 mark, we'll cut it quits for this first section, and then run to probably about 20 to 24 tie-down ropers, and then we'll come through and finish things off with the second sections of steer wrestling and tie-down roping. And it looks like we're getting the tractor over here prepped, ground prepped over here on the south edge of the arena to welcome in our second half of Cowgirls here in the goat tying. And it looks like the tractor's just about headed out there, so we'll switch back over here to our double wide screen view here. All right, getting ready once again. Hayes McCorney, Bartlett Cowboy up first over here on the north edge in the steer wrestling. And right now you're watching Felicia Kirkman work for us here in the goat tying. And we get a flag drop. Goat's fighting. Looks like it's going to stay down, though. And gets a good start on him. Not going to be able to finish it there. So it's going to be a no score, no time there for Hayes McCorney. $9.99 there for Felicia Kirkman out of Atkinson. Up next, Josie Rother out of Belgrade. Addison Freeberg out of Brule is going to be on deck. And then Tyler Rambit, the Taylor Cowgirl, is going to be in the hole. And getting ready here on the north side for the Halsey Cowboy. Aaron Hall on deck is going to be Jacob Fanning out of Ogallala. Then Trey Blackmore out of Chambers, Nebraska. He's going to be your Cowboy in the hole here in the steer wrestling. So far, just a no time right there by the Bartlett Cowboy, Hayes McCorney. And here comes Josie Rother out of Belgrade entering the arena here in the goat tying. All right, looks like we got the steer and everything done out of the arena over here on the north edge. right, getting ready to watch Aaron Hall in action over here on the north edge. We'll get you time here soon for Josie Roth out of Belgrade over here in the goat tie-in. And unable to get it done there. It's going to be a no time for Aaron Hall. No time. All right, 13.91 there for Josie Rother out of Belgrade. 13.91. Up next is actually going to be Tally Rambit out of Taylor, followed by Claire Ward, North Platte, Nebraska Cowgirl, and then Grace Krafka out of Bellwood is going to be in the hole. Getting ready here in the steer wrestling for Cowboy out of Ogallala, Jacob Fanning up next to go. And got a flag dropped right there for Taylor Rambit out of Taylor. We'll get you time here soon. .07 there for Tally Rambit out of Taylor. Nice run there for the Cowgirl. Claire Ward out of North Platte up next to go, followed by Grace Krafka out of Bellwood. And then Cherry County Cowgirl out of Valentine. Tierney Miller is going to be in the hole. Getting ready for a head knot here on the north side. Here we go, Jacob Fanning, Ogallala Cowboy. And won't be able to get it done again here in the steer wrestling. Still only no times here. But up next, Trey Blackmore to Chambers. He's looking to change that. Getting ready for Claire Ward over here on the south edge of the arena. And Trey Blackmore to Chambers over here on the north edge of the arena. Once again, I want to thank you for tuning in here to the SandBox Media Rodeo broadcast. We appreciate you being here. We give all glory to God, and we're blessed to do what we do. Claire Ward working for you right now here in the goat tie-in. .19, 10.19 there for Claire Ward out of North Platte. Grace Krafka up next. And we got a head knot here by Trey Blackmore. And we got a steer to drop. Nice run there for the Cowboy out of Wallace, out of Chambers, Nebraska. And looks like we're clean at the barrier as well. So a nice run there for the Cowboy out of Chambers. We'll get you time here. 464 there for Trey Blackmore. Up next is going to be Colby Holm out of Wallace, followed by Hudson Edmeyer out of Whitney. And then in the hole is going to be Cooper Shrunk out of Pender. Moving here to the south edge of the arena. Grace Krafka out of Bellwoods is going to be up next to go, followed by Tierney Miller out of Valentine. Then Arthur Cowgirl, Annie Hawkins is going to be in the hole. Got a flag to drop here for Grace Krafka over here on the south edge of the arena. And a head nod, we got Colby Holm looking to toss a steer here soon, having a little trouble. If you're on your sofa, love seat at home, cheer him on. Here we go, Wallace Cowboy looking to get a time here and gets him to fall. .61 there for Grace Krafka out of Bellwood. $13.85 there for Colby Holm. $13.85. We're watching Tierney Miller here. Valentine Cowgirl work and the goat tie-in. Whitney Cowboy Hudson Edmeyer up next to go, followed by Cooper Shrunk out of Pender. Then Grady Gorwell Hyannis is going to be in the hole. All right, right, get a head nod here to Hudson Edmeyer. 14.01 there for Tierney Miller in the goat time, 14.01. And we're going to get it to turn over here hopefully soon on this steer. And he does. We'll get a time for Hudson Edmeyer out of Whitney. All right, entering the arena. Here we go, Annie Hawkins, Arthur Cowgirl. 16.70 there for Hudson Edmeyer, 16.70. Watching Annie Hawkins just work for us here in the goat tie. And after her is Whitley Rasmussen out of Thedford, then McCready Lantis out of Hershey. All right, get a head nod here. Cooper Shrunk, Pender Cowboy. A lot of try out of this Cowboy right here from Pender, looking to get him down. Here we go, attaboy there for Cooper Shrunk. Way to finish a run there. Willie Rasmussen out of Thedford up next to go, followed by McCready Lantis out of Hershey. Then Alex Foray out of Newman Grove is going to be in the hole. $19.75 for Cooper Shrunk. $19.75. Grady Gorel out of Hyannis up next, followed by Carter Johnson out of Stapleton. $10.64 there for Whitley Rasmussen. $10.64. McCready Lantis up next out of Hershey, followed by Alex Foray out of Newman Grove. Grady Gorel working for us here in the steer wrestling. And leaning back, a lot of try, a lot of muscle, mostly grit. Here we go, Grady Gorel, keep fighting. Cowboy out of Hyannis, Nebraska. And there we go, flag drops there for Grady Gorwell. $13.06 there for McCready Lantis. 13.06. And Alex Foray out of Newman Grove is going to be up next to go here in the goat tying. Grady Gorel is going to take a no time there. He did go past the 30-second time mark there, so no time for Grady Gorwell. Carter Johnson out of Stapleton is going to be up next to go, and we're watching Maddie Merritt out of Wellfleet enter the arena right here, working for us in the goat tie-in. $778. That'll move her, I believe, into the top 3 spots there for Alex Foray. $778. Maddie Merritt out of Wellfleet up next, followed by Remy Wells out of Central City. Then Aubrey Shrewsbury out of Alliance is going to be in the hole. Carter Johnson getting ready to go here at Cowboy out of Stapleton, Nebraska. Maybe just 1 or 2 more left here in this first section of steer wrestling before we move into some tie-down roping. Actually, that did finish the steer wrestling there, so we're going to move over here to the tie-down roping. 13.25 there for Maddie Merritt. 13.25. Up next, Remy Wells out of Central City. And then here in the tie-down open, Brandon Friedenberg out of Ainsworth is going to kick things off, followed by Cash Nielsen out of Verdigris. And then Hunter Cover out of Ashby is going to be in the hole. Remy Wells, Central City Cowgirl, working for us right now here in the goat tying. We're going to get a flag drop. Nice time. We'll find you that here soon. And once again, Brandon Friedenberg out of Ainsworth is going to kick things off in the tie-down roping. $792. That puts her, I believe, top 5 spots. $792 for Remy Wells. And we're going to have to give a no time there to Brandon Friedenberg out of Ainsworth. Up next, Cash Nielsen out of Verdigris. Hunter Cover out of Ashby is going to be on deck. And then Cody Marshall, the Burwell Cowboys, is going to be in the hole. Getting ready here for our final 3 Cowgirls here in the goat tie-in. Aubrey Shrewsbury out of Alliance, Ryan Ehlers out of Hyannis, and then Sophia Schemper, the Holdridge Cowgirl, is going to finish things off there for the goat tie-in before we drag the arena and bring in the poles for some pole bending. Entering the arena right now. Here we go. Aubrey Shrewsbury, Panhandle representing Alliance Cowgirl. And we're going to get a flag to drop. Nice run there. Getting ready for Cash Nielsen out of Verdigris up next to go here on the north side of the arena in the tie-down open. $931 here for Aubrey Shrewsbury. And Cash Nielsen got one tied on here. Looking for a big flank for the Cowboy out of Verdigris. Hustling here on the back end. Couple of reps and a hooey. Here we go. Cash Nielsen. Flag drops. Watching Ryan Ehlers here, Hyannis Cowgirl, and the goat tying. 17.26, 17.26 there for Cash Nielsen. Hunter Cover up next at Ashby, followed by Cody Marshall at Burwell, and then Corbin Fleming, Bridgeport Cowboys, is going to be in the hole. $11.62 there for Ryan Ehlers out of Hyannis. And Sophia Schemper is going to finish things off. Cowgirl out of Holdridge here. And the goat tying, getting ready here for Ashby Cowboy. Hunter Cover up next in the tie-down roping. And catches 2 back legs. Got to hustle to get it free. Here we go. If you're unfamiliar here with tie-down roping, you just need 3 free legs. Here's Sophia Schemper, Holdridge Cowgirl over here on the south side of the arena. And 30 seconds did expire there for Hunter Cover, but he's a Cowboy. He's going to finish what he started. We'll take a no time, but way to continue to fight there for the Cowboy at Ashby. Hunter Cover. $11.07, my apologies there for Sophia Schemper. And that'll finish things off there for the goat tying. Going to bring in the tractor here. Rake the arena, then we'll bring in pole bending. Chloe Wareham is going to kick things off. Cowgirl out of Hershey. Getting ready for a head nod here. Burwell Cowboy sitting great in the standing so far this season. Cody Marshall. And gets one. Oh, won't be able to finish it though. Looks like he just ran right through the loop there. Cody Marshall is going to take a no time today, sadly. No time there for the Cowboy out of Burwell. Up next is going to be Corbin Fleming out of Bridgeport, followed by Hunter Tees out of Hay Springs. And then Erickson Cowboy Garrett Renner is going to be in the hole. Once again, thank you everybody here for tuning in to the SandBox Media Rodeo broadcast here. Great lineup of rodeos so far today. Been fun to watch. A couple qualified rides of the bull riding. A lot of competition there in the goat tying. So far, just one qualified time of 17:26 by Cash Nielsen here in the tie-down roping. But we're looking to have Corbin Fleming shake things up. Cowboy out of Bridgeport up next to go. Here we go. Got a head nod here to Corbin Fleming. Here we go. Big flank here. Hustling on the back end here is the Bridgeport Cowboy. We'll get a second qualified time here in the tie-down roping. 18.75 there for Corbin Fleming, Bridgeport Cowboy. Up next is going to be Hunter Tees out of Hay Springs, followed by Garrett Renner out of Erickson, and then the Panhandle Cowboy representing. Here we go out of Shatter, and Matthew Lynn is going to be in the hole. Once we're able to get all the poles set up over here on the south edge of the arena, Chloe Wareham out of Hershey is going to kick things off, followed by Tegan Prosser out of Crawford, and then Atkinson Cowgirl Abigail Addison is going to be in the hole. Those will be your first three Cowgirls to go here in the pole bending on the south edge of the arena. Still waiting to get those set up, so we'll just focus over here on the north edge as we're watching Hunter Tees right here, Hay Springs Cowboy, work for us here in the tie-down roping. Calf doesn't want to do too much right there, just laying around. If you're unfamiliar with tie-down roping, if the calf is laying down, once you get there, you're not able to just crawl on them and tie it. You have to get the calf to stand up and bring it back down there. So that's what causes a lot of trouble sometimes, if the calf's starting down. And the 30-second time limit did go off there for Hunter Tees, so we're going to have to take a no time for the Cowboy out of Hay Springs. Hunter Tees. But up next, here we go, Erickson Cowboy, Garrett Renner up next to go, followed by Matthew Lynn out of Shattern. And then in the hole, we're going to see Whitney Cowboy, Hudson Edmeyer up next to go. Just got, let's see, 1, 2 poles set up over here on the south edge of the arena. Thanks again here for tuning in. Remember, we'll be at the NSRA Finals next week, this week, I guess it is Monday. Happy Labor Day to everybody. Hope you're able to sit at home, take a day off. We sure love working today to bring you this service to catch some great young rodeo athletes here at the U.S. Foods Outdoor Arena here in Grand Island, Nebraska at the State Fair. So hope you're having a good Labor Day and hope you're appreciating the coverage here. Waiting for Garrett Renner out of Erickson up next to go. Got 4 poles set up over here on the south edge and a head nod here out of Garrett Renner. And just catches a couple ears, not going to get it fished on there. It's going to be a no time for Garrett Renner. Matthew Lynn, Shattering Cowboy up next to go, followed by Hudson Edmeyer out of Whitney. And then Ty Bridgman, the Bayard Cowboy, is going to be in the hole. Next 3 Cowboys all representing Western Nebraska. Here we go, kicking things off with Matthew Lynn out of Shattern. And got the poles, looks like pretty well set up over here on the south edge. So we'll switch to the double view here. Getting ready here for Matthew Lynn, Shattering Cowboy up next to go here. And got one tied on quickly. Hustle here. Shattering Cowboy Matthew Lynn working for us right now. And we're going to get a flag to drop here for the Cowboy out of Shattering. $15.73 there for Matthew Lynn. That'll unofficially move him into the lead right there, 15.73. Up next, Hudson Edmeyer out of Whitney, followed by Ty Bridgman out of Bayard. Then Ty McCauley out of Pender is going to be in the hole. Looks like we got pole setters over here on the south edge, so getting close over here. Chloe Wareham once again is going to be the cowgirl to kick things off in the pole bending. Tegan Prosser to Crawford is going to be in the hole, and then Abigail Addison. Tegan Prosser's on deck, and then Abigail Addison is going to be in the hole there. My apologies. And we got a head knot here out of Hudson Edmeyer. And just catches one back leg, though. Still 3 legs free. Looking for a little flank down there. Grabbing the front leg. Hustle here. Cowboy out of Whitney. And Chloe Wareham kicking off her pattern here. Cowgirl out of Hershey. 1945 there for Hudson Edmeyer, 1945. And Chloe Wareham headed home here. $28.3 there for Chloe Wareham out of Hershey. Up next, Tegan Prosser out of Crawford, followed by Abigail Addison out of Atkinson. Then Atlee Anderson out of Hastings is going to be in the hole. Getting ready here for Ty Bridgman out of Bayard. And the tie down roping. Ty McCauley out of Pender is going to be on deck. Here we go. Looking for a big flank for the Bayard Cowboy. And we got Tegan Prosser working here. And the pole bending. $32,902 with the penalty. $32,902 there for Tegan Prosser. Abigail Addison up next out of Atkinson. $13.85 there for Ty Bridgman. $13.85. Ty McCauley up next out of Pender, followed by Dalton Dugan out of St. Paul. Then the Cherry County Cowboy, Declan Titus, is going to be in the hole. Watching Abigail Addison out of Atkinson work for us right now here in the pole bending. After her, we're going to watch Atlee Anderson come in out of Hastings. Then Addison Freeberg out of Brule is going to be in the hole. And headed home here with a clean pattern. We'll get you a nice time here soon for the Atkinson Cowgirl. $23.420 there for Abigail Addison. Getting ready here for Atlee Anderson out of Hastings. $11.80 there for Tom McCauley. Watching Atlee Anderson here work in the pole bending. Getting ready for Dalton Dugan out of St. Paul. Then Declan Titus out of Valentine is going to be on deck. Then Carter Johnson out of Stapleton is going to be in the hole. .67, 27.67 there for Atlee Anderson. Ellis Schweitzer to Burwell up next to go. Here we go. Dalton Dugan got one tied on, looking for a big flank for the Cowboy out of St. Paul, Nebraska. After Ellis Schweitzer, we'll have Remy Wells out of Central City, and then Kinsey Walls out of Ainsworth is going to be in the hole. .14.51 there for Dalton Dugan. Getting ready for Declan Titus out of Valentine, followed by Carter Johnston out of Stapleton. Then Trey Blackmore out of Chambers is going to be in the hole. Over here on the south edge, waiting here for Ellis Schweitzer. Burwell Cowgirl up next to go. Remy Wells out of Central City is going to be in the hole. Then Kinsey Walls out of Ainsworth is going to be in the hole. All right, here we go. Got one on quick. Here we go. Declan Titus, Valentine, Cowboy, big flank, hustle on the back end, couple wraps and a hooey. Might put him in the lead. Flag drops. We'll get you a nice time here soon for the Cowboy out of Cherry County. .10.73 there for Declan Titus. Up next, Carter Johnson out of Stapleton as we're watching Ellis Schweitzer, Burwell Cowgirl enter the arena here. Got something put together good here. And Burwell Cowgirl headed home here off of a clean pattern. We'll get you a nice time here soon. 22.674. Up next, Carter Johnson out of Stapleton, followed by Trey Blackmore out of Chambers. Then Luke Mead out of Norfolk is going to be in the hole. 44 tie-down ropers total. Most likely we're going to call it around 20, 22, 23 here for this first section. We're watching Carter Johnson out of Stapleton get another qualified time here in the tie-down roping. Remy Wells out of Central City is going to be up next to go in the pole bending. And gets a pull to stay up there. 16.97 is Carter Johnston's time. And Remy Wells headed home here off of clean pattern. .22.095 there for Remy Wells. All right, going to bring in the tractor. We'll move things over here to the north side of the arena only as they're dragging. And we just watched a head nod here out of Trey Blackmore out of Chambers. And catches two back legs. Got a hustle here. And there we go. Got it off. And there's a big flank for the Cowboy out of Chambers. There we go. Teach tape on how to finish it there. 16.97. 16.97 there for Trey Blackmore. Luke Mead out of Norfolk up next to go, followed by Dylan Ebert out of Hyannis. Then Reese Gillespie out of McCook's going to be in the hole. And once the tractor heads out, Kinsey Walls out of Ainsworth is going to be up first to go, followed by Hadley Nip out of Bloomfield. And then Ella Daly out of Ainsworth is going to be in the hole here in the pole bending. And we're setting the poles back up over here on the south edge of the arena. So we'll switch back over here to the split camera view as we get ready here for Luke Mead. Norfolk Cowboy to nod his head, hopefully put on a clinic here in the tie-down roping. And sure got a good start going. And like clockwork, there we go, smooth run by the Norfolk Cowboy. We'll get you a nice time for Luke Mead.
Luke Mead at
9.08. 9.08 there for Luke Mead. Unofficially, I believe that will move him into the lead there. Kinsey Walls, Ainsworth Cowgirl working for us here on the south edge of the arena in the pole bending. Up next is going to be Dylan Hebert out of Hyannis in the tie-down roping, followed by Reese Gillespie out of McCook. Then Ty Stevens out of Page. Here we go. Kinsey Walls headed home. Ainsworth Cowgirl with a clean run. 20.563, 20.563. There we go. Unofficially move her to the top of the leaderboard. Nice run there by Ainsworth Cowgirl Kinsey Walls. Up next, Hadley Nip out of Bloomfield, followed by Ella Daly out of Ainsworth. And then Felicia Kirkman out of Atkinson is going to be in the hole. 21.50, there for Dylan Hebert. Reese Gillespie up next out of McCook, followed by Ty Stevens out of Page. Then Erickson Cowboy. Parker Freehoff is going to be in the hole. And we're watching Hadley Nip work for us here in the pole bending Bloomfield Cowgirl. Did break the pattern there, so we're going to have to sadly give her a no time. No time there for Hadley Nip. Up next over here is going to be Ella Daly out of Ainsworth, Felicia Kirkman out of Atkinson, then Gracie Downing out of Stapleton is going to be in the hole, waiting for a head nod here for the McCook Cowboy. Reese Gillespie, here we go, and we're off. And hustling here, trying to fish it on. And it falls off. It's going to end up being a no time there for Reese Gillespie. No time. Ainsworth Cowgirl. Ella Daly working for us right now on the south edge of the arena here in the pole bending. Headed home here. Sadly, going to have to add 10 seconds to this time due to the two knocked poles. .424 there for Ella Daly. Felicia Kirkman out of Atkinson up next to go, followed by Gracie Downing out of Stapleton. Then Kylie Lawton out of Overton is going to be in the hole. Getting ready here for Page Cowboy Ty Stevens. Then Parker Freehoff out of Erickson on deck. And Jacob Fanning out of Ogallala in the hole here in the tie-down roping on the north edge of the arena. Once again, thanks to Security First Bank, the official bank of SandBox Media, locations all across Nebraska and parts of South Dakota. Make sure to check them out to see why they are the official bank of SandBox Media. Special thanks to that partnership there with Security First Bank. Once again, Ty Stevens out of Page is going to be the Cowboy to go here in the north edge of the arena. And Felicia Kirkman is going to be up next to go here. Atkinson Cowgirl on the south edge, and we're going to have to give Ty a no time there. No time for Ty Stevens out of Page. Parker Freehoff up next to go out of Erickson, followed by Jacob Fanning out of Ogallala. Then Burr Underwood out of Alliance is going to be in the hole. And we're watching Felicia Kirkman work for us right now here, Atkinson Cowgirl, and your Nebraska High School rodeo queen here in the pole bending. Headed home. I'm going to have to add 10 seconds, though, to that time, sadly. .079 there for Felicia Kirkman. Once again over here, caught two back legs here on the north end of the arena. Parker Freehoff, Erickson Cowboy working for you right now, trying to make something out of nothing. But did get the rope free, looking to get it down. Here we go, hustling on the back end, trying to be that 30-second whistle right here is Parker Freehoff. Stapleton Cowgirl, Gracie Downing, about to turn her first pole here. And she's off, starting her pattern. .2786 there for Parker Freehoff, 2786. Up next is going to be Jacob Fanning out of Ogallala. Here comes Gracie Downing, headed home. Stapleton Cowgirl off of a clean pattern. .24.444 there for Gracie Downing. Up next, Kylie Lawton out of Overton. Tara Namath out of Ogallala on deck. And then Audra Bell Worth out of Hyannis. She's going to be your cowgirl in the hole here in the pole bending. Right now we're sitting 13 out of 44 pole benders. And in the tie-down roping, sitting 22 out of 44. So getting close to finishing off this first section. Getting ready to watch Ogallala Cowboy Jacob Fanning up next to go here in the tie-down roping. And a nice run there by Jacob Fanning, Ogallala Cowboy. .1237 there for Jacob Fanning. And watching Kylie Lawton, Overton Cowgirl, work for us right now here in the pole bending. And Alliance Cowboy Burr Underwood up next to go, followed by Riley Anson out of Atkinson. That might be our final one or two left to go here before we move into the second section of steer wrestling. .28.218 there with the 5-second penalty for Kylie Lawton out of Overton. Taryn Namath out of Ogallala up next to go, followed by Audra Bell Worth out of Hyannis. Getting ready here for Riley Anson. Getting ready here for Burr Underwood, I apologize, the Alliance Cowboy in the tie-down open. Tara Namath working for us here in the pole bending. And Burr Underwood's going to take a no time. Up next, Riley Anson out of Atkinson. .28.070 there for Tara Namath out of Ogallala. Up next, actually, we're going to bring in the tractor and rake over here on the south edge of the arena here, I believe. So we'll switch over here just to the north side, catch some more tie-down roping. And it looks like we also might be bringing in the steer wrestlers over here on the north edge of the arena.
Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank. We're the bank.
Well, as we're getting stuff ready on the north and south side of the arena, like I said, we'll be at the amateur finals 5th through the 7th, but also the 11th through the 13th will be there in North Platte, Nebraska at the Wild West Arena for the Mid-Plains Community College Stampede Rodeo. So super excited for that opportunity. We'll be there for the performances at 7 p.m. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night. And we'll also be there for the slacks following the performances around 9:30 on Thursday and Friday night, as well as the morning slacks on Friday and Saturday morning there at 9 a.m. So if you're unable to make it, catch all the action right here on SandBox Media Facebook and YouTube page. If you are able to make it, then heck, come down. It's going to be a great time there at the Wild West Arena. And looks like we're ready to rock and roll again over here on the north and south edge. Cotter Johnson, Stapleton Cowboy, is going to set the bar here for this second section of steer wrestling. Right now, it looks like a 464 out of Trey Blackmore is what takes the lead. Caves and Coppin Smith out of Milburn is going to be on deck. And then Ketto Shrunk out of Pender is going to be in the hole. Once we come back after this rake over here on the south edge, once these poles are set, Audrey Worth out of Hyannis is going to be up next to go. Macy Harrington out of Bassett on deck. And then Cherry County Cowgirl Tierney Miller is going to be in the hole. And looks like there might be a little bit more rain coming, falling again here. But don't worry, we're all covered and prepared. We're going to catch all the rodeo action. And gate swings open. Here we go. Audrey Worth, Hyannis Cowgirl up next to go over here on the south edge of the arena. We'll just catch the action over here on this one camera while they're still raking the north edge of the arena. Once again, Audrey Worth, Hyannis Cowgirl working for you right now here in the pole bending. And headed home off of a clean pattern. Great way to start this next flight of pole benders. .23.205 is going to be Audrey Bell's time. Macy Harrington, Bassett Cowgirl up next to go, followed by Tierney Miller out of Valentine, and then Josie Rother out of Belgrade is going to be in the hole. Once again, when we're finished with this rake and drag over here on the north edge of the arena, getting the ground prep for this next and second, as well as final section of steer wrestlers, we'll see Cotter Johnson out of Stapleton kick things off. Macy Harrington, Cowgirl out of Bassett working for us here on the south edge of the arena. Headed home off of a clean pattern. Here we go. We're going to get a nice time from Macy. 20.343, 20.343 there for Macy Harrington out of Bassett. Tierney Miller up next out of Valentine, followed by Josie Rother out of Belgrade. And then Bodell Kaler out of Chapel is going to be in the hole. Getting close to getting the ground fully prepped over here on the north edge of the arena before we go back to the split view to catch the steer wrestling and the pole bending. Tierney Miller working for us right now here in the pole bending. We're going to have to add some time. I believe about 15 seconds going to have to add to this time. .23.251, 43.251 there for Tierney Miller. Josie Rother out of Belgrade up next to go, followed by Bodell Kaler out of Chapel. And then Whitman Cowgirl, Sita Burish is going to be in the hole. Getting closer to having Cotter Johnson out of Stapleton kick off this second section of steer wrestling over here on the north edge of the arena. Great weather today, though. Probably 70, 75 degrees is what we'll see today so far, I believe. A little bit of rain, a little bit of cloud cover makes for kind of a cool day. But heck, a cool day is a good day for some rodeo. Thanks again here for tuning in to the SandBox Media Rodeo broadcast. Special thanks to have you all. Glory to God. We're thankful to be here and blessed to do what we do. Here we go, entering the arena, Belgrade Cowgirl, Josie Rother. And looks like we're getting close over here on the north edge of the arena. Got the tractor out of here. And going to get barrier pulled. Going to get the hazers ready. We'll come back with steer wrestling over here on the north edge of the arena. Here we go. Carter Johnson, Stapleton up first. Kays and Coppin Smith out of Milburn on deck. And then Cato Shrunk out of Pender is going to be in the hole. 34.198. 34.198 there for Josie Rother. Bodo Kaler up next out of Chapel. Getting ready here for Carter Johnson. Stapleton Cowboy up next. And a nice run there by Carter Johnson. We're going to get a good time so far. 464, remember, is what is at the top of the leaderboard. Bodo Kaler working for you right now here. 641 there for Carter Johnson. 641. This is Kays and Coppin Smith. Not going to be able to take it. We're going to have to give him a no time. But I believe he'll be back. He also finds himself in the Roughstock side of things, so we will see him again. Got Phoenix Brown working for us right now here in the pole bending. Headed home, we'll just have to add 5 to that time. To 26.480 there for Phoenix Brown. All right, I believe we're going to bring in the tractor over here on the south edge of the arena, so we'll switch back over here to just the one camera view as we're catching some steer wrestling. And a big reach there for Cato Shrunk. A lot of hustle here, Cowboy. And he's going to get it down. Nice run there for the Cowboy out of Pender, Nebraska. Cato Shrunk. 685 there for Cato Shrunk, 685. Jess Fanny out of Binkelman up next to go, followed by Coulter Austin out of Valentine. And then Reese Swanson out of Arthur is going to be in the hole. And got something put together here good. And going to get it to fall. Nice run there by the Cowboy out of Binkelman. Jess Fanning. 6.30 there. Coulter Austin out of Valentine up next to go. Out of Valentine, Nebraska. Got the tractor headed out of the arena over here on the south edge, so we'll switch things back over. We're going to come back with Adeline Hill out of Stapleton, followed by Raquel Hunt out of Gordon. Then Aubrey Shrewsbury out of Alliance is going to be in the hole. Got Adeline Hill, Stapleton Cowgirl working for you here in the pole bending. And got a head nod here out of Coulter Austin. Gets down on one, hustle here. And a clean run there by Adeline Hill. And gets him to fall. Nice run there by Coulter Austin. $18.44. 22.006 there for Adeline Hill. 22.006. All right, Sheridan County Cowgirl, Gordon, Nebraska, Raquel Hunt up next to go right here working for you. We're going to watch Reese Swanson, Arthur Cowboy up next to go over here on the north side of the arena. Elijah Stecky Nelson out of Wayne is going to be on deck, and then Caleb Allen out of Sutherland is going to be in the hole. Just 4 more steer wrestlers left to go here before we move into our second section of tie-down roping. Not going to be able to get it done there. It's going to be a no time for Reese Swanson. Aubrey Shrewsbury working for you right now here out of Alliance. $26.640 there for Aubrey Shrewsbury. 26.640 there. Up next is going to be Marissa Weichert out of Grant. And then Bryn McCauley out of Mullen on deck. And then Rylan Swanson out of Arthur is going to be in the hole. And we're going to let Elijah take a no time here. No time for Elijah Stecky Nelson. Caleb Allen out of Sutherland up next to go, followed by Court Buzz out of Atkinson. And those will be our final 2 Cowboys to go here in this second and final section of steer wrestling. After that, we're going to move into some tie-down roping, second and final section of that. That'll cap off things on the north edge of the arena. Marissa Weichert, Grant Cowgirl, working for you right now here in the pole bending. And getting ready to watch Caleb Allen out of Sutherland over here on the north edge. Hit it home, clean pattern. Nice run there by Marissa Weichert. $22.148 there for Marissa Weichert. 22.148. Watching Bryn McCauley work for you right now here, Cowgirl out of Mullen. It is going to be a no time there for Caleb Allen out of Sutherland. Court Bus out of Atkinson is going to finish things off over here in the steer wrestling. Going to have to add 10 seconds to that time there for Bryn McCauley. $32.281 there for Bryn McCauley. Up next, Ryland Swanson out of Arthur, followed by Allie Dugan out of St. Paul. I believe those will be those final two cowgirls of this flight before we bring in the tractor and rake again. Right now we're sitting 27 of 44 pull benders right now, so past halfway, getting closer to finish things up here. And once again, Court Bus Atkinson's going to finish things off over here on the north side of the arena in the steer wrestling before we move into the second and final section of tie-down roping. Continue to stay tuned, folks. Still got a lot of great rodeo coming at you here from the U.S. Foods Outdoor Arena in Grand Island, Nebraska at the State Fair. Once again, this is Brody Benson. Thanks for tuning in here to the SandBox Media Rodeo broadcast. Got everything set up over here on the south edge to welcome in Ryland Swanson, Arthur Cowgirl up next to go, and then Allie Dugan out of St. Paul after her. Waiting for a head nod for the cowboy out of Atkinson. Court Bus over here on the north edge of the arena. And going to take a no time there for Court Bus. And no time for Court Bus out of Atkinson. And Ryland Swanson headed home here. Going to have to add 10 to that time, though. $32.914 there for Ryland Swanson. $32.914. Allie Dugan out of St. Paul up next to go. Then I believe we'll bring in the tractor and rake. Up next here in the tie-down roping, kicking off things for the second section. Setting the bar is going to be the cowboy out of Atkinson, Nebraska, Riley Anson, followed by Canyon Stoll out of Fleming, and then Burwell cowboy Hudson Redmond is going to be in the hole. And just a little bit of trouble here in the pole bending. And it's going to be a no time there for Allie Dugan. No time. All right, going to rake over here on the south edge of the arena. We'll pop over here to the north side, catch the action right here in this single cam view. Once again, to remind you, Riley Anson out of Atkinson is going to kick things off here for this second and final section of tie-down roping. Just got about 21 tie-down ropers here in this second section. Canyon Stoll out of Fleming up next to go, followed by Hudson Redmond out of Burwell in the hole. And it's going to be a no time there for Riley Anson. He's going to have to take a no time. Up next, Canyon Stoll out of Fleming, followed by Hudson Redmond out of Burwell. Then Tate Johnson, the Thedford Cowboys Sandhills representing. He's going to be in the hole. All right, got the tractor headed out of the arena over here on the south side, getting the poles set back up straight and narrow before we bring in our next flight of pole benders. Sophia Schemper, Holdridge Cowgirl, is going to kick things off, followed by Hadley Shrewsbury out of Alliance, and then Grace Krafka out of Bellwood. She is going to be in the hole. Getting ready here, got a head nod. Canyon Stoll, Fleming Cowboy hustling here, but not going to be able to get it done there. It's going to be a no time for Canyon. Hudson Redmond out of Burwell up next to go, followed by Tate Johnson out of Thedford. And then Holden DeGroff out of Ithaca is going to be in the hole. And here comes Sophia Schamper, Holdridge Cowgirl entering the arena, getting ready to kick off her pole pattern right now. .488, 27.488 there is going to be the time with that pole penalty for Sophia Schamper. Getting ready here for Hudson Redmond, I believe. Burwell Cowboy up next to go. In the tie-down roping. Hadley Shrewsbury out of Alliance up next to go here in the pole bending. And gets one on. Here we go. Looking for a big flank for the Burwell man. Got a big black calf here, looking for a flank. Might try a little bit something different here. But we did hear the 30-second time limit go off there. So Hudson's going to have to take a no time. But way to hustle and fight there, Cowboy. Tate Johnson at Thetford is going to be up next to go. We're watching Hadley Shrewsbury out of Alliance work for us right here in the pole bending. After Tate, we're going to see Holden DeGroff out of Ithaca. And then JT Lantis out of Hershey is going to be in the hole. And headed home here, we're going to have to add 10 seconds to that time for Hadley. 34.857 there for Hadley. Grace Kraft out of Bellwood up next to go, followed by Haley Miller out of Broken Bow. Then Annie Hawkins, your Cowgirl out of Arthur, Nebraska, is going to be in the hole. And getting ready here, Tate Johnson got a head nod. Got one tied on. A lot of hustle at the back end here. Thedford Cowboy working for you right here. Couple wraps and a hooey, might have a fast time. And we're going to flag drops. We'll get you that here soon for Tate Johnston. .1081 there for Tate Johnston. Here comes Grace Krafka, Bellwood Cowgirl working for you here in the pole bending. Haley Miller out of Broken Bow is going to be up next, followed by Annie Hawkins out of Arthur in the hole. Getting ready for Holden DeGroff, Ithaca Cowboy up next to go. After that fast 1081 sketched on the leaderboard there by Tate Johnston. JT Lantis is going to be after Holden out of Hershey, and then Parker Noakes McCook Cowboy is going to be in the hole. And we're going to have to give a no time there to Holden DeGroff. No time for the Ithaca Cowboy. JT Lantis up next to go out of Hershey, followed by Parker Noakes out of McCook. And then Owen Latow out of Newport is going to be in the hole. Haley Miller working for us right now here in the pole bending. Broken Bow Cowgirl. And getting ready for a head nod here by JT Lantis out of Hershey. And won't be able to get it fished on there. It's going to be a no time for JT. And we're going to have to add 5 to Haley's time here. .27.152 there for Haley Miller out of Broken Bow. Annie Hawkins out of Arthur up next to go, followed by Harper Hershey out of Torrington, Wyoming. And then Kennesaw Cowgirl Danelle Legg is going to be in the hole here in the pole bend. And Parker Noakes, McCook Cowboy up next to go. Newport Cowboy on the towel on deck. And then Alfred Schweitzer out of Burwell is going to be in the hole. Here comes Annie Hawkins looking to turn her first pole here. Clean run so far. And Parker Noakes tries for a quick one, unable to get it done there, sadly. So it's going to be a no time for Parker Noakes. And Annie Hawkins heads home on a clean run, though. .481, 21.481 there for Annie Hawkins, 21.481. All right, final two of this flight of pull benders. We're going to have Harper Hershey out of Torrington, then Danelle Legg out of Kennesaw. We're going to watch Owen Littau up next, Newport Cowboy, followed by Alfred Schweitzer to Burwell. And then the man from Pender, Cato Shrunks, going to be in the hole. We got Harper Hershey turning her first pull right here. Here you go, got a head nod. Owen Littau. Got one tied on, just has one leg caught. Hustling here, looking to get a good time still. And we have a clean run by Harper Hershey over here on the south edge of the arena. 22.856, 22.856 there for Harper Hershey. Danelle Legg out of Kennesaw up next to go, followed by McCready Lantis after this tractor comes in. And looks like it's going to be a no time there for Owen. No time for Owen Littau. Alfred Schweitzer to Burwell up next to go, followed by Cato Shrunk out of Pender. And then the Brady Cowboy, Cinch Sanger, is going to be in the hole. We're watching Danelle Legg work for us here, Kennesaw Cowgirl. Believe she'll be the last one of this flight of pull benders. .24.090, and we got a head nod here out of Alfred Schweitzer. Burwell Cowboy catches two back legs, hustling down here to try to make something work here. And not going to make it work there. It's going to be a no time for Alfred Schweitzer. No time. When you got a good horse pulling on that rope, it's tough to make things work when you got him caught by the two legs there. Cato Shrunk out of Pender is going to be up next to go, followed by Cinch Sanger out of Brady. And then Cooper Shrunk out of Pender is going to be in the hole. Got the tractor dragging over here on the south edge of the arena. Winding down so far, though, when it comes to the split arena. Got just about 8 left to go, maybe 8 or 9 here in the pull bending. And just about 10 or 11 left to go here in the tie-down roping, maybe 12. So we're getting close to finishing things off for the split arena before we take down the split arena fence and move things to the full arena. Getting ready here for Cato Shrunk out of Pender. And we got a head nod. And got one working here over in front of the buck and shoots. And puts together a good run right there. We'll get you a nice time for the Cowboy out of Pender, Nebraska. .14.20 there for Cato Shrunk. Cinch Sanger, Brady Cowboy up next to go, followed by Cooper Shrunk out of Pender. Then Caleb Clark out of Thadford. Sandhandles representing. He's going to be your Cowboy in the hole. All right, got the pull set over here on the south edge of the arena. We'll switch back over to give you a view of both sides of these amazing young high school rodeo athletes working for us here at the State Fair Arena, putting on a great show. Everyone here, great showing out in the stands, and hopefully everyone's enjoying the coverage back home wherever you're watching. McCready Lantis, Hershey Cowgirl, is working for you right now here in the pole bending. After we watch McCready, we'll watch Brindley Maddox out of Kearney, and then Callan Cox out of Purdom is going to be in the hole. Up next here, north side, tie down roping, Cinch Sanger, Brady Cowboy up next to go. No time for Cinch Sanger. No time for Cinch Sanger. 21.721 there for McCready Lantis out of Hershey. Kearney Cowgirl, Brindley Maddox up next to go, followed by Callan Cox out of Purdom. And then Emerson Thorberg out of Mullen. She's going to be in the hole. Getting ready here for Cooper Shrunk out of Pender up next in the tie-down roping. And got one tied on early. And a nice flank for the Cowboy out of Pender. Hustling on the back end here. A couple wraps and a hooey. Hands go up. Flag drops. Nice run there by Cooper Shrunk out of Pender. We'll get you a nice time here soon. And a 27.184 for Brindley over on the south side. 27.184. And a 10.53 for Cooper Shrunk out of Pender at 10.53. Caleb Clark out of Thedford up next to go, followed by Alex Nelson out of Enders. And then the Kearney Cowboy, Hayden Maddox, is going to be in the hole. After we're finished with these events here, tie-down roping and pole bending, we'll break down this split arena fence. And we'll move into the bareback riding with a couple saddleback riders. And then the breakaway roping, team roping, first section of those. Some more saddleback riders. Then we'll do the rest of the sections of team roping and breakaway roping, second sections there. And then we'll move into the barrel racing. That will cap off our day here, folks. We're moving right along. Make sure you continue to stay tuned. Share it with your friends. Make sure everybody's able to catch some rodeo action here. Brought to you by SandBox Media on this Labor Day Monday. Here we go. Head nod. Caleb Clark, Thedford Cowboy. Tries for the reach. Won't be able to get it done, though. It's going to be a no time for Caleb Clark. Alex Nelson out of Enders is going to be up next to go. We're watching Callan Cox out of Purdom kick off her pole pattern right now. After Callan, we're going to watch Emerson Thorberg out of Mullen, then Gracie Pearson out of Hershey. $27,399 there for Callan Cox out of Purdom. $27,399. Emerson Thorberg out of Mullen up next, followed by Gracie Pearson out of Hershey. Then Ansley DeGroff out of Ithaca is going to be in the hole. Getting ready here for head nod. Anders Cowboy, Alex Nelson in the tie-down roping. We're going to have Hayden Maddox out of Kearney go right after him. And then Cash Hammerstrom out of St. Paul is going to be in the hole. Watching Emerson Thorberg, Mullen Cowgirl work for us right now here in the pole bending. And a little bit of a tumble there, but hustling here is Alex Nelson. And we got something good put together here. Emerson Thorberg keeps that last pull up, head home here. Cowgirl will get you a nice time with this smooth run for the Mullen Cowgirl. $22.078 there for Emerson Thorberg. Calf gets up, but I don't think it did before the time, so we will get a qualified score time here for Alex. 17.74 for Alex, 17.74. Up next, Hayden Maddox out of Kearney, followed by Cash Hammerstrom out of St. Paul. Then Court Lawton out of Overton is going to be in the hole. We're watching Gracie Pearson, Hershey Cowgirl work for you right now here in the pole bending. Ansley DeGroff out of Ithaca is going to be after her. And then in the hole, finishing off this flight of pole bending, is going to be Shaylee Millicent out of Dunning. Headed home, another clean pull pattern here. Competitive day so far here in the pull bending. We'll get you a nice time here soon. 21.065, 21.065 there. Nice run there for Gracie Pearson. Ansley DeGroff, Ithaca, Shelley Milson, Dunning. Next two to go here of this flight of pull benders. We're getting ready to watch Hayden Maddox out of Kearney up next to go here. And got one on quickly here. Hustle here, Kearney Cowboy. $17.63 there for Hayden Maddox. $17.63 there. $41.380 there for Ansley. 41.380. Up next, Shelley Milson out of Dunning, getting ready here for Cash Hammerstrom, St. Paul Cowboy in the tie-down roping. After him, we're going to watch Court Lawton out of Overton, and then Logan Lindsley, Osceola Cowboy, is going to be in the hole. Shelley Milson, Dunning Cowgirl, working for us here on the south edge of the arena. And going to take a no time here for Hammerstrom out of St. Paul. $26,682 there for Shaley. $26,682 there. All right, going to bring the pulls in a little bit, and we'll come back with Taylor Rosender out of Woolback, then Ty Miller out of Valentine. Just our final two cowgirls to go there in the pull bending. We'll switch over here and watch just this one view for the tie-down roping while they're raking the south side and dragging the arena, getting it prepped for those final two cowgirls. Court Lawton, Overton up next to go. And flag drops here for Court Lawton. $15.62 there for Court Lawton. Logan Lindsley out of Osceola up next, followed by Colton Leach out of Dunning. And then Eric Dibdahl out of Pleasantdale is going to be in the hole. Kaysen Kaufman-Smith out of Milburn is going to be that fourth spot there. Just four more tie-down ropers left to go here. And looks like Tractor's headed out of the arena, so we'll switch back, catch both sides of the arena here with this SandBox Media split view. Taylor Rosender out of Woolback is going to kick things off, and then Ty Miller out of Valentine's is going to be on deck. Those will be our final two cowgirls to go here. Two more cowgirls, four more cowboys. Then we'll break down that split arena down the center. And not going to be able to get it done there. No time for the Osceola Cowboy, Logan Lindsley. We're watching Taylor Rosender out of Woolback work for us right now here in the pull bending. Up next is going to be Colton Leach out of Dunning, Eric Dibdahl out of Pleasantdale, and then Kaysen Kaufman-Smith out of Milburn is going to be in the hole. $37.145 there for the cowgirl out of Woolback. Taylor Rosander. Ty Miller out of Valentine is going to be your final athlete to go in the pole bending. And Colton Leach just got one leg caught. There are 3 free, though, so hustling here. And what a hustle there, cowboy. Making do with what you have. Attaboy. Colton Leach out of Dunning. We're watching Ty Miller out of Valentine work for you right now here. Cherry County representing. 1916 there for Colton Leach. 1916. And a clean pattern headed home here. 23.326, 23.326 is how we're going to finish the day with the pole bending. Getting ready here for Eric Dibdahl out of Pleasantdale. And then Kaysen Kaufman-Smith out of Milburn. Final 2 Cowboys to go here. I see Riggins getting pulled. Here we go. About time to buck some broncs here in the bareback riding. But not before we watch Eric Dibdahl and Kaysen Kaufman-Smith hopefully put on a clinic here and the tie-down roping. And Eric Dibdahl is going to have to take a no time there. No time for the Pleasantdale Cowboy. All right, here we go. Kaysen Kaufman-Smith, Milburn Cowboy up next. He's going to finish things off here for the split arena and the tie-down roping. All right, and getting ready here soon. Kaysen Kaufman-Smith, Milburn Cowboy up next to go, and the final Cowboy to go here in the tie-down roping. All right, getting a barrier pulled. Here we go. Kaysen Kaufman-Smith. And got something put together good here. Looking for a big flank. Hustling on the back end. Kaysen Kaufman-Smith, Milburn Cowboy. And a nice run there by Kaysen. $10.70 to finish things off here in the tie-down roping. Nice run there by Kaysen Kaufman-Smith. Getting ready here for some bareback riding as well as a couple saddle bronc riders right after we break down this split arena.
At Shattern State College, we know the value of grit, hard work, and wide open opportunity. From the classroom to the arena, we help students ride toward a future as bold as the West. Schedule your campus visit today at csc.edu. At Cherry County Implement, they're proud to carry the tools and equipment that keep you moving. Whether you're out in the field with Vermeer, on the job with Bobcat, or turning wrenches in the shop with Napa, they've got you covered. Located in Valentine, Nebraska, Cherry County Implement understands what it takes to get the job done right. Their team is committed to keeping your operation running strong season after season. At Speedy Mart, they're proud to offer convenient locations all across Nebraska. Whether you are just looking to fuel up, grabbing something to drink, or a bite to eat, Speedy Mart has you covered. Headed to a rodeo or work, school or a vacation, fuel up with Speedy Mart. At Mitchell Equipment, they are proud to be your trusted Case IH dealer, providing reliable new or pre-owned equipment, genuine parts, and expert service from a team that's always ready to help. Whether you're out in the field or in the shop, they're here to keep your operation moving forward. Visit Mitchell Equipment in Atkinson or Humphrey today. They've got your back.
Split arena, get underway with a full arena. Coming up, Bareback riding.
All right, getting closer to having this split arena tore down here. Special thanks again to everybody helping out to getting this done here. Big thanks to the UNL Rodeo team. Their season kicks off here pretty soon as they head to River Falls, Wisconsin. Go ahead and give their Facebook page a like and a follow to show some support there to the UNL Rodeo team. In the bareback riding, looks like we'll have about 4 bareback riders is the game plan. Maybe 2 bareback riders. It looks like there's only 2 loaded. But with that, we'll also bug a couple saddle bronc riders. After that, we'll move into a lot of our sectioned events here. Like after the barebacks with a couple saddle bronc riders, we'll have breakaway roping first section, followed by team roping first section. Then saddle bronc riding, second section, final section there. Then breakaway and team roping there, second sections. Believe we'll only have to run 2 sections of both those. And then we'll finish the day off with some barrel racing.
Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank. We're the bank.
Getting closer to getting ready here. Bareback riding with a couple saddle bronc riders. Special thanks again here from everybody at SandBox Media. We appreciate you tuning in and enjoying what we're doing. We appreciate covering all different levels of rodeo. This fall we'll have the opportunity when we're done with this kind of run before the new year to cover high school rodeos, college rodeos, and amateur rodeos, and we're excited to do it. Once again, this week we have the NSRA finals there at the Lexington, Nebraska, at the Dawson County Fairgrounds. And following that, September 11th through the 13th, we'll be at the Mid-Plains Community College Stampede Rodeo there. And that Sunday, we'll also catch the North Platte High School Rodeo, so you'll be able to catch all the action there. And then make sure to continue to follow along for more updates and various news when it comes to all things SandBox Media. Now on our Facebook page, make sure to go give it a like and follow so you're always up to date on the rodeo events that we will be at, where they're happening, and when they will happen. Got some exciting things planned for October and November, so make sure to tune in so you know you're in the know-how all for SandBox Media events. Looks like we're getting closer here. Did some bareback riding, just working the arena right now here. After the arena's all worked, we'll be ready to rock and roll here. Special thanks to the pickup men here. It makes the rider's job easier. If you're just new to rodeo and just kind of love watching it grow or wanting to be a part of it, pickup men, as you see right there, riding on a horse with those big leather chaps, and the other one just rode into frame right there on the right side. Pickup men help the riders stay safe. Whether you're a bareback rider and you get hung up in your rigging, or maybe you're a saddle bronc rider and just need a clean get off, or maybe your foot's caught in your stirrup, they're there to help. You saw them this morning in the bull riding. They make sure that the bullfighters are in trouble also. They're able to get a rope around the bull and get the bull out of the arena so we can continue moving with the event that we're in. So special thanks to the pickup men for being there, allowing the rodeo to continue on in safety. And special thanks to all of our medical personnel here that is at this high school arena, making sure everyone's staying safe. We hope we never have to use them, but if we do, it's nice to have them on hand, so special thanks to them. And just a great turnout. Rained a couple times here and there so far this morning, but we prepared, we're in cover, and it's all going to work out here. Got the stands pretty well packed full, and people around the arena as well watching. So super excited to be able to have this rodeo here at the State Fair in Grand Island, Nebraska at the U.S. Foods Outdoor Arena. people that have been in rodeo around for generations still get a watch, and then maybe the newcomers get a little taste of the action too. We love to see the sport grow, and the only way to do it is to be able to make it more visible to others. That was kind of our dream and goal here with SandBox Media, to be able to cover the undercovered sport of rodeo. We love being able to cover it, and we know there's a huge fan base and a great community, as you probably know if you're tuning in, that comes with the rodeo community, and we're happy to just be a part of it again. Just a couple more passes here, it looks like, with the tractor, and then we'll be ready to rock and roll with some bareback riding. Looks like just 2 bareback riders is what's on the docket right now. Don't see any saddle bronc riders loaded. All right, tractor's headed out. Here we go, getting ready to kick things off with this full arena here in the bareback riding. All right, here we go. Looks like we have Kane and Heath, the Minden cowboy, climbing on top of his bronc right now, getting ready to rock and roll, setting the bar here in the bareback riding. All right, crack back his glove. Here we go. Gonna lean back, puff his chest out, tuck his chin, get a head nod here. Kane and Heath, Minden cowboy, and gonna be your first bareback rider to go. Looks like the horse might be kind of leaning there in the chute. You'd hate to give the horse any more advances than it already has. Kind of leaning against that gate, having some trouble popping the latch. Getting closer, though, to watching Kane, and he set the bar here in the bareback riding. All right, here we go. Got a head nod. And put together a nice ride right now here. Cowboy out of Minden, Nebraska, Kane and Heath. And we did have a flag on the ground there. Looks like missed him out on the right side of the horse there for Kane and Heath. And so it's going to end up being a no score there for Kane and Heath. A no score for the cowboy out of Minden. Unable to mark him out there if you're unfamiliar with the mark out rule. That first jump out of the gate there, you have to have your spurs right there over the shoulder blades of the horse towards the front end there. If unable to do it, you will not get a score there. They'll drop some flags on the ground, and you'll get a no score because of it. There are stipulations where you get a free roll. Maybe it blows up in the chutes. That you don't need to mark them out, but you always like to be safe. Here we go. Cooper Walker, Mullen cowboy, up next to go, representing the Sand Hills. Here we go, Cooper Walker. Lean back, got his arm up. Here we go. Strong mark out. And had a good mark out, but dipped off over there, bucked off on the right side. We're going to have to give Cooper Walker also a no score here. Up next, we'll see if we got a saddle bronc or a bareback loaded up in the chutes here. And it's going to be another bareback rider here. And the cowboy out of Johnstown, Nebraska. Trevor Burdick is going to finish things off here in the bareback riding. Still up for grabs. You'd hate to see that buckle go to waste here. Still just got 2 no scores on the board, but Trevor Burdick looking to change it and add a little bit of a bling to his belt. Here we go. Trevor Burdick's going to be the next cowboy to go here from Johnstown, Nebraska, once we get this bareback horse out of the arena here. And as you see there, just kind of waiting by the buck and shoots, watching another type of rodeo happen as we have the horse, previous bareback horse, run around the arena here, but looks like Colton Storr got him caught. So we're going to get him out of here so we're able to watch Trevor Burdick, the Johnstown Cowboy, try to win himself a buckle here in the bareback ride and being the final bareback rider to go here. All right. Trevor Burdick running his hand into his rigging. Getting ready to crack his hand back, lean back, puff his chest, get his free hand up, nod his head, and hopefully get a qualified ride here to win himself a buckle to take home back to Johnstown, Nebraska. All right, leans back, head nod. Here we go. Pop latch, Trevor Burdick. And he's staying on one. But there are flags on the ground, sadly, folks. So it is going to be a no score. 2 bareback rides taken away there because of a missed mark out there. So no one's going to go home with a buckle today. We're going to have 3 no scores here in the bareback riding. And down safe is Trevor Burdick there. Long walk back to the chutes here, though. Did miss him out at the gate, so it's going to end up being a no score for Trevor Burdick. And don't see any saddle broncs loaded right now, so we might move those over to just the one big section of saddle bronc riding.
Banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank. We're the bank.
All right, getting things ready to rock and roll here. Got it, getting the calves loaded for the breakaway roping is how we're going to kick things off here. Your first breakaway roper is going to be Marissa Weichert out of Grant, Nebraska, followed by Carson Chesley out of Harrisburg. Then Tristan Meeks out of Sutherland is going to be in the hole.
Well, if you win $500, you can make that dream a reality. All day long. Twice on Tuesday. Ladies breakaway roping. That's enough nonsense. Marissa Weichert, Grant, Nebraska. The freshman versus up.
All right, got Marissa Weichert right into the box right now, getting ready. by getting a barrier pulled here. Getting ready here for Marissa Weichert, the Grant Cowgirl, to set the bar here. And the breakaway roping.
In the box is ready to go.
All right, back into the box. Here we go. And we're going to kick things off here with a qualified run by Marissa Weichert. Four 4.04 there for Marissa Weichert. Up next is going to be Carson Chesley out of Harrisburg, followed by Tristan Meeks out of Sutherland. Then Carson McBride out of Kearney is going to be in the hole. And Carson's going to have to take a no time here. Getting ready for Tristan Meeks, Sutherland Cowgirl, Kearney Cowgirl. And your state wrestling champion there for Kearney, Carson McBride, is going to be on deck. And then Aubrey Shrewsbury out of Alliance, Panhandle representing, is going to be in the hole. And got a head knot here. And time did run out there for Tristan Meeks, so she is going to take a no time there. Carson McBride out of Kearney is going to be up next to go, followed by Aubrey Shrewsbury out of Alliance. And then Addison Freeberg, Brule Cowgirl, is going to be in the hole. And going to be a no time there for Carson. No time. Up next, Aubrey Shrewsbury out of Alliance, followed by Addison Freeberg up next after Aubrey. Then we'll see Whitley Rasmussen, Thetford Cowgirl, in the hole. Getting ready for a head knot here. Alliance Cowgirl, Aubrey Shrewsbury. And gets the long throw on. We'll get a nice time here for Aubrey Shrewsbury. 5.45, 5:45 there for Aubrey Shrewsbury. Addison Freeberg up next to the Brule, followed by Whitley Rasmussen out of Thetford. And then Ryan Ehlers out of Hyannis is going to be in the hole. And big thanks again to Security First Bank, the official bank of SandBox Media, locations all across Nebraska and parts of South Dakota. Check them out to see why they are the official bank of SandBox Media. Super thankful for that partnership there with Security First Bank. And get ready here for Addison Freeberg. And Addison's going to have to take a no time today. Willie Rasmussen out of Thedford up next to go, followed by Ryan Ehlers out of Hyannis. Then Shaylee Millison out of Dunning is going to be in the hole. Getting ready here for Willie Rasmussen, Thedford Cowgirl. Sandhills representing. Actually, my apologies. Getting ready here for Ryan Ehlers up next to go out of Hyannis, Nebraska. Got a head nod here, Ryan Ehlers. And catches the whole body there, so it's going to end up being a no time for Ryland. Up next is going to be Shaylee Millison out of Dunning, followed by Caitlin Freeberg out of Brule. Then Ella Daly out of Ainsworth is going to be in the hole. Getting ready here for Shaylee Millison, Dunning Cowgirl up next to go here. A lot of talent located here out of the Sandhills. And not going to get it done today there. It's going to be a no time for Shaylee, no time. Caitlin Freeberg out of Brule up next to go, followed by Ella Daly out of Ainsworth. Then McCready Lantis out of Hershey is going to be in the hole. Once again, after this first section of breakaway roping, we'll move into the first section of team roping. And then looks like we might just be doing all the saddle bronc riding there. And then we'll have the second section of breakaway roping, second section of team roping, third section if we need it, but I don't think we will. And then we'll finish the day off there with barrel racing, folks. So not too many events left to go. Continue to follow along and catch all the rodeo action here. Brought to you by SandBox Media at the State Fair here in Grand Island, Nebraska at the U.S. Foods Outdoor Arena. And going to take a no time there for Caitlin. No time. Ella Daly out of Ainsworth up next to go. Followed by McCready Lantis out of Hershey. Then Arthur Cowgirl, Ryland Swanson is going to be in the hole. And it's going to be a no time there for Ella. No time for Ella Daly out of Ainsworth. McCready Lantis up next to go out of Hershey, followed by Ryland Swanson out of Arthur. All right, McCready Lantis, Hershey Cowgirl up next to go here. And won't be able to get it done there. It's going to be a no time for McCready. Up next is going to be Rylan Swanson out of Arthur, followed by Emerson Thorberg out of Mullen. And then Kinsley Walls, Ainsworth Cowgirl is going to be in the hole. All right, Rylan Swanson right into the box right now. Got a barrier pulled here. Cowgirl out of Arthur, Nebraska. And going to be a no time there for Rylan, no time. A lot of fast, hard-running calves so far today here in the Breakaway Open. Up next is going to be Emerson Thorberg out of Mullen, followed by Kinsey Walls out of Ainsworth, and then Casey Phipps out of Whitman is going to be in the hole. Getting ready here for Mullen Cowgirl, Emerson Thorberg. And head nod, and we're off. And unable to make it work there. It's going to be a no time for Emerson. Up next, Kinsey Walls out of Ainsworth, followed by Casey Phipps out of Whitman. Then Brinley Maddox out of Kearney is going to be in the hole. Total breakaway ropers is 44. Broken up into two sections here. Running here towards the back end of this first section here. Up next is going to be sitting Kinsey Walls, right number 15 right now. And won't be able to get it fished on there. It's going to be a no time for Kinsey Walls. Casey Phipps out of Whitman up next to go, followed by Brinley Maddox out of Kearney. Then Tally Rambit out of Taylor is going to be in the hole. I want to thank everybody again here for tuning in to the SandBox Media Rodeo broadcast here as we're in Grand Island, Nebraska at the State Fair. 3-day rodeo weekend. We were only able to cover 2 days because of the downpour that happened on Saturday there in Nelson, Nebraska. About 2.25 inches total. It was a little bit of a mess. Sunday, a little bit better. Pretty wet arena, but worked out. And then here, not a bad day for some rodeo. Going to have to give Casey Phipps a no time, though. Brinley Maddox out of Kearney up next to go, followed by Tally Rambit out of Taylor. Then Kaylee Rasmussen out of Thetford is going to be in the hole. Well, you only have to wait Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday because those are the only 3 days this week we won't be covering rodeo. Friday, Saturday, and Sunday we'll be at the Nebraska State Rodeo Association finals there at the Dawson County Fairgrounds in Lexington, Nebraska. If you're able to make it out, we'd love to see you there. If you aren't able to make it, Friday, 7 p.m., Saturday morning, 9 p.m. steer open. Friday at 7, my apologies, and then Saturday at 7 as well for the performance there that evening. And then 1 p.m. short round where we crown the champions on Sunday. Make sure to catch all the action on SandBox Media Facebook and YouTube page. And it's going to be another no time here. No time for the Cowgirl out of Kearney, Nebraska, Brinley Maddox. Up next is going to be Tally Rambit out of Taylor, followed by Kaylee Rasmussen out of Thetford. And then Humphrey Cowgirl Aubrey Whitaker is going to be in the hole. Also in 2 weeks, we'll be at the Mid-Plains Community College Rodeo there in North Platte, Nebraska at the Wild West Arena. Excited for that opportunity there. All of the performances as well as the slacks that Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. You'll be able to catch all the action here on SandBox Media Facebook or YouTube page. If you're able to make it, once again, we'd love to see you there. But if not, you won't be able to miss a beat. All brought to you by SandBox Media. Getting ready here for Tally Rambit. Taylor Cowgirl up next to go here in the Breakaway Open first section. And it's going to be a no time there. No time for Tally Rambit. Kaylee Rasmussen up next out of Thedford, followed by Aubrey Whitaker out of Humphrey. And then Brett Buss, the Atkinson Cowgirl, is going to be in the hole. All right, getting ready here for Thedford freshman Kaylee Rasmussen up next to go here. And got a head nod. And unable to get it done there. It's going to be a no time for Kaylee, no time. Up next is going to be Aubrey Whitaker out of Humphrey, followed by Brett Buss out of Atkinson. And then Hadley Shrewsbury, Alliance Cowgirl, Panhandle representing. She's going to be in the hole. Maybe just 4 or 5 left to go here for this first section of Breakaway Open before we move into our first section of Team Open. All right, got a head nod here out of Whitaker. And won't be able to make it work there. It's going to be a no time for Aubrey. Brett Buss out of Atkinson up next to go, followed by Hadley Shrewsbury out of Alliance. And then your Eustis Cowgirl, Shelby Jurgens, is going to be in the hole. Not a lot of luck so far here in the Breakaway Open. Kick things off with a 4:04, and looks like that's in the lead. Looks like we only have 2 or 3 qualified times so far here. But I have a feeling Brett Buss has something to do with it, the Atkinson Cowgirl. And unable to get it done there. Calf bolted off there to the left. Hadley Shrewsbury up next to go out of Alliance, followed by Shelby Jurgens out of Eustis. And if we get there, Bryn McCauley out of Mullins is going to be in the hole. And got a head nod here. And we're going to get a nice run here for the Cowgirl out of Alliance, Nebraska, Aubrey Shrewsbury. Hadley Shrewsbury, my apologies. 3:10 there for Hadley Shrewsbury. Nice run there for the Cowgirl out of Alliance. Getting ready here for Eustis Cowgirl, Shelby Jurgens up next to go here. Bryn McCauley out of Mullins going to be on deck if we get there. And if we get past her to Tara Namath, Ogallala, she'll be in the hole. We'll see how many calves we have left here for this first section of Breakaway Open. And it's going to be a no time there for Shelby. No time. All right, here we go. Bryn McCauley up next to go here. Cowgirl out of Mullen, Nebraska. Sandhills representing. And we're going to get a nice qualified time here for Bryn McCauley.
Showed up today, Brett McCullough.
5.10 there for Bryn McCauley. All right, Taryn Namath, Ogallala Cowgirl, up next to go here. This will be our final breakaway roper to go here for this first section of breakaway roping. Then we'll move into first section of team roping. All right, got a head nod here. And won't be able to get it fished on there. We're going to end this first section with a note time. A couple good runs, though. 3, 4, 5-second runs here and there. And that'll finish off here for this first section. Time to move here into the team roping.
Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank. We're the bank.
All right, here we go. Kicking things off here in the team roping is going to be Keegan Allen out of Arthur and Caleb Allen out of Sutherland, followed by Blake Lancaster out of Kilgore, Jacob Fanning out of Ogallala, and then in the hole is going to be Luke and Cash Cooper, the duo out of Kilgore, Nebraska. All right, back in the box, getting ready here. The Allen duo, Keegan and Caleb Allen. Arthur Sutherland is where they call home. Got a clean catch up top, turns a corner, and we're going to kick things off with a note time. Up next, Blake Lancaster out of Kilgore, Jacob Fanning out of Ogallala, Luke Cash Cooper out of Kilgore, then Coulter Austin out of Valentine, and Carter Johnson out of Stapleton. They're going to be in the hole. All right, getting ready for a head nod here. Blake Lancaster, Jacob Fanning, your next team up to go here in the team roping. Left horn, right horn, saddle horn. Here we go, coming to the backside. Catches two, turning face. Flag drops, smooth run here for the Cowboys out of Kilgore and Ogallala. Nice run there by Blake and Jacob. 8.45 there for Blake and Jacob. Luke and Cash Cooper up next to go, followed by Coulter Austin and Carter Johnston. And then Whitley Rasmussen out of Thetford and Tristan Blauvelt also out of Thetford. They are going to be in the hole. And gets a head catch up top here. But unable to keep the dally on there. It's going to end up being a no time for Luke and Cash Cooper. Coulter, Austin, Valentine, Carter Johnson, Stapleton. They're going to be your next team to go, followed by Whitley Rasmussen and Tristan Blaubelt out of Thedford. And then Phoenix Brown out of North Platte and Leighton Krogman out of Valentine. They're going to be in the hole. All right, getting ready here. Coulter, Austin, Valentine, Carter Johnson, Stapleton, both Sandhills Cowboys up next to go here, and the team roping. Oh, caught one of his own horse's legs there, so it's going to be a no time. No time for Coulter and Cotter. Willie Rasmussen, Thedford, Tristan Blaubelt, also to Thedford. They're going to be your next team up to go. And not going to get it done up top there. Whitley and Tristan are going to have to take a no time. Phoenix Brown, North Platte, Leighton Krogman, Valentine, they're going to be up next to go, followed by Cash Hammerstrom out of St. Paul, and then Eric Dibdell out of Pleasantdale. They're on deck. And then in the hole is going to be Garrett Renner out of Erickson and Parker Freehoff, also out of Erickson. Getting ready here. Phoenix Brown, North Platte, Leighton Krogman, Valentine. Clean catch up top, turns a corner. And nice way to lay it in there. Leighton Krogman, Valentine Cowboy, and a nice catch, dally, turn the corner up top by Phoenix Brown. Great teamwork right there. We'll get you a time here soon. .08. 18.08 was a little bit early at the barrier, though, so we did have to add 10 there. Cash Hammerstrom, St. Paul, Eric Dibdall, Pleasantdale. They're your team up next to go. After them is going to be Garrett Renner and Parker Freehoff, Erickson duo. And then out of Eustis and Bertrand, we have Shelby Jurgens, Caleb Patterson. They're going to be in the hole. And gets done up top. Here we go. Turn the corner. Let's lay one in there. Oh, catches one. Unable to dally off there. We're going to have to give a no time to Hammerstrom and Dibdall. Up next, Garrett Renner, Parker Freehoff, Erickson duo, Shelby Jurgens, Eustis, Caleb Patterson, Bertrand. Then in the hole, your Nebraska High School Rodeo Queen, Felicia Kirkman Atkinson on the heading side, and then heeling is Alex Nelson out of Enders. All right, getting ready here for heading on. Garrett Renner, Parker Freehoff, Erickson duo up next to go here in this first section of team roping. Head catch up top. Here we go. And we're going to double off on the backside. Dally, space, smooth run. Nice job for the Erickson duo. We'll get you a nice time here soon. 8.86. 8.86. That will unofficially move them into that second spot. Everyone's still chasing that Blake Lancaster, Jacob Fanning time. 8:45. Shelby Jurgens, Eustace, Caleb Patterson, Bertrand up next to go, followed by Felicia Kirkman and Alex Nelson. And then in the hole is going to be J.C. Anthony out of Crofton, and then Ty Stevens out of Page. Getting settled into the box here, Shelby Jurgens, Caleb Patterson, out of Eustace and Bertrand. Right now we're sitting team number 9 out of 50. We'll most likely cut it around maybe 25, 26. Hopefully to just make 2 sections out of this. Once again, after this, we'll move into the first and probably only section of saddle bronc riding. We'll probably buck all of them right then and there. And has it on it, but won't be able to finish it off there. It's going to be a no time for Shelby and Caleb. Up next, Felicia Kirkman, Alex Nelson, Atkinson Anderson duo, and then J.C. Anthony out of Crofton, Ty Stevens out of Page are going to be on deck. And then Sydney Barlow out of Ewing, Josie Sheffield out of Farnham. They're going to be in the hole. And we're going to get a catch up top. Let's turn the corner here. Gets 2. Let's face. There we go. Flag drops. We are going to have to add 10, though. If you're unfamiliar, there's a barrier right there for the header. 22-5-0 with the penalty. There's a barrier right there. Off the bat, you see kind of it with that flag dangling right there as they're setting up. If you go a little bit too early, they're able to tell, and then you'll have to add 10 seconds to that time, which we had to do there to put a 22:50 there on the leaderboard for Felicia and Alex. J.C. Anthony Crofton, Ty Stevens Page, they're going to be up next to go here with a head nod from J.C. Yep, and gets it on, but catches the body there, catches that front leg, which is an illegal catch, so it's going to end up being a no time for JC and Ty. Sydney Barlow, Ewing, Josie Sheffield, Farnham up next to go, followed by Remy Wells out of Central City, Corbin Drury out of Anselmo, and then Sandhills duo, Bryn McCauley, Caleb Clark, they're going to be in the hole. getting ready here. Sydney Barlow, Ewing, Josie Sheffield, Farnham. They're going to be your team up next to go here in this first section of team roping. And not going to be able to get it done there up top. We're going to have to give them a no time. Remy Wells, Central City, Corbin Drury, and Selmo up next to go, followed by Bryn McCauley out of Mullen, Caleb Clark out of Thetford. Then Kinsey Walls, Ainsworth, Cash Nielsen, Verdigris. They're going to be in the hole. All right, got a head nod here. And Remy, clean catch up top, around the horns, backside, and we're going to get it done. Turn of face, smooth run, 2 legs. Here we go. Nice run by Remy Wells out of Central City. Corbin Drury out of Anselmo. We'll get you a nice time here soon. 872 to put them at the second place spot right now. Everybody's still chasing that 845. Right now we got an 845 on the board by Blake Lancaster and Jacob Fanning. 886 by Garrett Renner and Parker Freehoff. And then that time by Remy Wells and Corbin Drury with the 872 puts them in the second hole spot. Here we go. Bryn McCauley, Caleb Clark, Mullen Thetford duo. They're getting ready to go next. After them, we'll watch Kinsey Walls out of Ainsworth, Cash Nielsen out of Verdigris. Then in the hole, William Welsh, Franklin, Canyon, Stoll, Fleming. And not going to be able to get it done there on that front side. We're going to have to give a no time to McCauley and Clark. Kinsey Walls, Ainsworth, Cash Nielsen, Verdigris up next to go, followed by William Welsh out of Franklin, Canyon Stoll out of Fleming on deck. And then Newport Arthur duo in the hole, Own the Towel, Reese Swanson. Once again here, after this first section of team roping, we'll move into some saddle bronc riding. Here we go. Kinsey Walls going to catch up top, turns the corner. Here we go. Cash Nielsen coming in from the backside. And we're going to turn face. And he gets it done in time, right in front of the grandstands. Everybody's applauding and waving. They're thankful to catch all the action up close. 1072. Since 1072 will move them, I believe, into the fourth hole spot right now with that 1072 by Walls and Nielsen. Here we go. William Welsh, Franklin, Canyon Stoll, Fleming up next to go, followed by Own the Towel out of Newport, Reese Swanson out of Arthur on deck, and then in the hole, Holden DeGroff, Ithaca, Ty Bridgman out of Bayard. But again, after this first section of team roping, we'll have just the most likely all the saddle bronc riders, and then we'll have second sections of breakaway and team roping, most likely the final sections of those as well there. And then barrel racing is how we're going to finish the day off. So just a couple more hours, folks. Between the breaks, make sure to grab something to drink, grab a bite to eat, and make sure to catch all your Labor Day action here on SandBox Media Rodeo Broadcast at Grand Island, Nebraska State Fair here at the U.S. Foods Outdoor Arena. Getting ready here for William Welsh, Canyon Stoll, your Franklin Fleming duo up next to go here in the first section of team roping. right, getting here. Trying to get settled in here on the header side. Having a little bit of a fit, a little bit of a trouble. But it'll all be worth it here in a little bit when we watch William Welsh and Canyon Stoll hopefully put on a clinic here in the team roping. And not able to get it done on the front end there. They're going to have to take a no time. On the towel, Newport, Reese Swanson, Arthur, they're going to be up next to go, followed by Holden DeGroff out of Ithaca, Ty Bridgman out of Bayard. Then in the hole, Tate Johnston, Thedford, Parker, Noakes, McCook. Looking at probably about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Maybe 6, 7, 8. Maybe 9 more teams left to go here in this first section of team roping. After this, we'll watch a little roughy action, saddle bronc riding. Got a nice lineup of saddle bronc riders. On my list right now, I'm looking at 11 saddle bronc riders. Might have a couple turnouts here and there, but for sure we'll watch 8 or 10 saddle bronc riders go here just in a little bit. But not before we watch On the Towel, Reese Swanson work for us right here. Big long throw, turns the corner. And unable to get it done on the backside there. It's going to be a no time for the Tau and Swanson. Holden DeGroff out of Ithaca, Ty Bridgman out of Bayard. They're going to be up next to go here in the team roping, followed by Tate Johnston out of Thedford, Parker Noakes out of McCook. Then in the hole is going to be Maddie Merritt out of Wellfleet and JT Lantis out of Hershey. All right, getting ready here. Holden DeGroff, Ty Bridgman, and got a head nod, and we're off. Nice catch up top. Ty on the backside, unable to get it done there. It's going to be a no time for Holden and Ty. No time for DeGroff and Bridgman. Up next is going to be Tate Johnston out of Thedford, Parker Noakes out of McCook, Maddie Merritt, Wellfleet, JT Lantis out of Hershey. They're going to be on deck. And in the hole, the Blair Dunning duo, Ryder Krause, Colton Leach. And gets catch up top. Here we go. Not gonna be a time today. Aren't able to get it on the backside. But they'll be back here in a couple of weeks for the last weekend of high school rodeos. Maddie Merritt, Wellfleet, JT Lantis, Hershey up next to go, followed by Ryder Krause out of Blair, Colton Leach out of Dunning, then Hayden Maddox out of Kearney, and Cody Marshall out of Burwell. They're going to be in the hole. And not going to get it done on the front side there. It's going to be no time for Maddie Merritt and JT Lannis. Up next, Ryder Krause, Blair, Colton Leach, Dunning. On deck is going to be the Kearney Burwell duo, Hayden Maddox, Cody Marshall. Then Lucas Berkey out of Milford, Tyler McCauley out of Pender. They're going to be in the hole. Looking at 5 or 6 more teams left to go here in this first section of team roping before we watch some roughies buck some saddle broncs. They put on a show here for the crowd at this Grand Island in Grand Island here at the State Fair at the U.S. Foods Outdoor Arena. Getting ready for a head nod here out of Ryder Krause, Blair, Nebraska. Trying to get it fished on. Won't be able to get it done there. It's going to be a no time for Ryder and Colton. No time. Up next is going to be Hayden Maddox out of Kearney, followed by and Cody Marshall out of Burwell. Lucas Berkey, Milford, Tyler McCauley, Pender on deck. Then Riley Anson, Austin Keogh, the Atkinson duo. They're going to be in the hole. Getting ready here, Maddox, Marshall, Kearney, Burwell duo up next here, and the team roping. And doesn't get it done up top there. It's going to be a no time for Hayden Cody, no time. Up next, Lucas Berkey, Milford, Tyler McCauley, Pender. And on deck is going to be Riley Anson and Austin Keogh at Atkinson. And then in the hole is going to be Claire Ward, your North Platte cowgirl, with their partner Brandon Hanna out of Arthur. 3 or 4 more teams left to go here in this first section of team roping. Clean catch up top, turns a corner, unable to lay one in there. We're going to have to give another no time away here to Lucas Berkey and Tyler McCauley. Riley Anson, Austin Keogh, Atkinson duo up next to go. We got Claire Ward and Brandon Hanna on deck, and then Aubrey Shrewsbury and Burr Underwood are going to be in the hole. And puts together a good run. We are going to have to add 5 to that one leg, but we will get a time here. Which all time matter here today with a lot of no times we're looking at. $21.79 there. I believe we had to add 5 as well as a 10-second barrier penalty, so 15-second penalty is added on to that, 21.79. Claire Ward, North Platte, Brandon Hanna, Arthur up next to go, followed by Aubrey Shrewsbury out of Alliance, and Burr Underwood also out of Alliance. These might be your final 2 teams to go here in this first section. And clean catch up top by Claire Ward, backside Brandon Hanna, and puts together a nice run there. We'll see if they're clean at the barrier. If they are, we're going to have a fast time for the North Platte Arthur duo. Did leave a little bit early, so we're going to have to add 10 there. Still will be a fast time, though. 16:56 is going to be the time there. Aubrey Shrewsbury, Burr Underwood, Panhandle representing right there out of Alliance, Nebraska is going to be your team up next to go here in the team roping. And not going to get it done up top. And that's going to be a no time there. Up next, here we go. Cinch Sanger, Brady, Alex Foray, Newman Grove. All right, here we go. Sanger, Foray, Brady, Newman Grove duo up next to go here in the team roping. Might be the last team to go here for this first section. Right now we're sitting at 27 to 50 team ropers. Gets a head catch up top, turns the corner. A little bit of a tumble, but she's up and she's all right. She's walking around, getting back to her horse. That's a tough cowgirl right there to get up and keep going. Everyone's safe. It isn't no time, but we're thankful everybody is safe here. All right, that'll finish things off here for the team roping, I believe. Time to move over here into the saddle bronco riding.
At Shattern State College, we know the value of grit, hard work, and wide open opportunity. From the classroom to the arena, we help students ride toward a future as bold as the West. Schedule your campus visit today at csc.edu. At Cherry County Implement, they're proud to carry the tools and equipment that keep you moving. Whether you're out in the field with Vermeer, on the job with Bobcat, or turning wrenches in the shop with Napa, they've got you covered. Located in Valentine, Nebraska, Cherry County Implement understands what it takes to get the job done right. Their team is committed to keeping your operation running strong season after season. At Speedy Mart, they're proud to offer convenient locations all across Nebraska. Whether you are just looking to fuel up, grabbing something to drink, or a bite to eat, Speedy Mart has you covered. Headed to a rodeo or work, school or a vacation, fuel up with Speedy Mart. At Mitchell Equipment, they are proud to be your trusted Case IH dealer, providing reliable new or pre-owned equipment, genuine parts, and expert service from a team that's always ready to help. Whether you're out in the field or in the shop, they're here to keep your operation moving forward. Visit Mitchell Equipment in Atkinson or Humphrey today. They've got your back.
All right, got the tractors out of the arena here, getting ready for some saddle bronc riding. All right, looks like we're going to be down here in chute number 2 here. Kazen Kaufman Smith looks like he's is going to be our first saddle bronc rider. The cowboy that works both ends of the arena, roughy and timey all-around cowboy. Here we go, Kaysen Kaufman-Smith, Milburn Cowboy. Looking to lift and spur. Here we go. And not going to be able to get it done today. It's going to be a no score for Kaysen Kaufman-Smith. We got Saddle Bronc riders all across the state. Hyannis, Valentine, Blue Hill, Arthur, Mullen, Minden, Farnham, Atkinson. Great lineup here today of Saddle Bronc riders. Looks like we'll be down here. Chute number 1 up next here in the Saddle Bronc riding. All right, Farnham Cowboy, Ethan Oberg going to be up next to go here. Down here in chute number 1, making sure everything's just perfect in the chute here. Getting his boots in the stirrups. Once again, right there in the frame, you see a pickup man. Special thanks to the pickup man that makes all the riders' jobs a lot easier. And a great mark out there by Ethan Oberg. And looks like he might have lost the stirrup there on the left side, which is going to result in a buck off there. We're going to have to give a no score to Ethan Oberg. Special thanks to Phillips Rodeo Company for bringing all the stock here this weekend. Great lineup here of bucking horses. Super thankful to have them here. Looks like we're going to move down here to chute number 3. Chute number 2 is going to be where we find ourselves next, it looks like. Chute number 3, my apologies, chute number 3 is going to be where we find ourselves next. Got the flag up, waiting for the cowboy to climb on his bronc. And that cowboy resides in Atkinson, Nebraska. Court Bus is going to be up next to go here. Getting everything measured up right. Getting his hand dug into his rein there. No qualified rides on the board so far here in the Saddle Bronc riding. No qualified rides either in the Bareback riding. But I have a little feeling here that Court Bus, the Atkinson Cowboy, is looking to mix things up and find his name on the leaderboard here with this upcoming ride right here out of the preferred buck and chute. Chute number 3, Grand Island, Nebraska State Fair, U.S. Foods Outdoor Arena. Here we go. If you're in your chair, let's hoop and holler here for the cowboy out of Atkinson, Nebraska. Court Bus up next to go here in the Saddle Bronc riding. And got something put together here. Staying back, moving his feet well. And he's going to make it in time right there on his butt. But a nice ride here for Court Bus. Nice ride there by Court Bus. 61 points, 61-point ride there for the cowboy out of Atkinson, Nebraska, Court Bus. That'll move him onto the leaderboard all by himself. We're going to move down here to chute number 4. Chute number 4 is where we find ourselves next here in the Saddle Bronc riding. Here we go, Cannon Heath, Mid-Nebraska Cowboy. We just saw him in the Bareback riding a little bit ago. Oh, but you see that over there on the right side. Lost one of his stirrups, so ended up having a double grab there. So we're going to have to give him a no score there. No score for Cannon Heath. but he is going to get the option of a re-ride. Re-ride there for Cannon Heath, and because of the buck-off and only one score on the board, he'll most likely take it. So we'll see him back here in a few moments, but right now looks like we're moving down here potentially into shoot number 1 or 2. We'll let you know when I do. This will be Cannon's third bronc he got on today once he gets on his re-ride. Bareback a little bit earlier, that saddle bronc that you just watched, and then another saddle bronc re-ride here coming soon. Looks like we're going to be bucking out here in shoot number 1. Once again, after this, the conclusion of the saddle bronc riding, we'll move into the second section of the breakaway roping. After that, we'll move into the second section of team roping. Shorter sections, not that much shorter, but still shorter sections than the first two. Probably 4 or 5 less athletes in each of them. And then we'll drag the arena, get some cans set up. We'll turn and burn action. We'll end the day with barrel racing. So continue to stay tuned, folks. A lot of good events left to go here at the U.S. Foods Outdoor Arena here at the State Fair in Grand Island, Nebraska. This is Brody Benson here with SandBox Media. Appreciate you tuning in. We give all glory to God, and we're getting closer down here in shoot number 1 to bucking another saddle bronc rider. Here we go. Hyannis Cowboy. Grady Gorwell up next to go here in the saddle bronc riding down here at shooting number 1. All right, just a 61 on the board here. We'll see what Grady Gorwell has to say about it. The Cowboy out of Hyannis, Nebraska. And a strong mark out there, moving his feet, lifting well, staying back. Here we go, Grady Gorwell putting something good together here in the saddle bronc riding. And we're going to get a qualified ride here. Was it enough to beat a 61? Well, we'll find out here in a second. And off on 2 feet. Nice job there. Hyannis Cowboy, Grady Gorwell. 67 points. 67 points there for Grady Gorwell to move him into the number 1 spot. Moving Court Bus with a 61 there into the number 2 hole. Up next, shoot number 2. Looks like we're going to be bucking with the Cherry County Cowboy. Parker Chavez up next out of Valentine, Nebraska. All right, here we go. Parker Chavez, man, his bronc crawling on top of his right now. Got his mind right in the zone. Here we go. Let's try to get another qualified ride here in the saddle bronc riding. Parker Chavez, I believe, got second there in the bull riding, so was able to pull a check there with a 56-point ride in the bull riding. But looking to hang another one on the leaderboard here in the saddle bronc riding. Here we go. Parker Chavez, Valentine, Nebraska Cowboy. We got a head knot here. Preferred bucket chute pops open. And got bucked off, but the orange flag that hit the floor there is actually not a markout flag. It's a re-ride flag. So he does have the option for re-ride. Kind of wobbling around, though, so we'll see if he takes it or not. Parker Chavez, we're going to see him again. He is going to take the re-ride. That's Cowboy tough right there, if you ask me. Stumbling kind of out of the arena there, yet he wants another shot at the gold buckle. Here we go. We'll see Parker Chavez, the Valentine Cowboy, again. Up next, looks like we're going to be bucking down here in chute number 3 here in Grand Island, Nebraska. Stetson Sweely, the Blue Hill Cowboy, is going to be up next to go. Got about after Stetson, we'll see Lake and Krogman, Sutton Shrunk, and a couple others as well. Cooper Walker, Jacob Wilson is who we'll also see. But we'll also see 2 more after that as well, because we still have a re-ride from Cannon Heath and Parker Chavez as well, right after you saw the horse stumble up there a little bit in the middle of the ride. Here we go. Stetson Sweely climbing on top of his bronc right now here. Chute number 3, preferred buck and shoot. Here we go, Stetson Sweely. Sun peeking out. Golden moment. Here we go, chute number 3. Blue Hill Cowboy waiting for a head nod. And it's going to be a buck off here. Missed him out at the gate and also got bucked off. So we're going to have to give him a no score there for Stetson Sweely. A no score. All right, pulling Latigos, my apologies. Pulling Latigos here, getting ready for our next 3 Saddlebronc riders here.
Catch his breath a little bit. Walk down here. His own time, which is always good to see.
All right, here we go. Getting ready down here. Shooting number 4. Pickup men are switching out horses, getting a fresh set of legs to bring in the next 3 or 4 Saddlebronc riders. That's counting the re-rides here in Grand Island, Nebraska. Looks like we'll be down here in chute number 4. Here we go, Mullen Cowboy, Cooper Walker up next to go here. All right, got a gate popped. Here we go, Cooper Walker, Mullen Cowboy. And got bucked off there, so it's going to be a no score for Cooper Walker. No score for the Cowboy out of Mullen, Nebraska. Up next, down here, looks like we're going to be moving our focus to chute number 1, it looks like. Looks like Sutton Shrunk's going to be up next to go. Cowboy out of Cherry County, Nebraska. Valentine raised. Here we go.
It'll be Sutton Shrunk, your next contestant. Valentine, Nebraska, wants the hardware event for.
All right, Sutton Shrunk climbing on top of his bronc right now. Cowboy out of Valentine, Nebraska. Just 2 qualified rides on the board right now, a 61 and a 67.
All right, son, it'll be a cowboy. Here we go. Hit the charge, let the charge. Let's see an indication from official.
Able to make it to the whistle, but I believe he did double grab there. And he did, so we're going to have to give a no score there to Sutton Shrunk. No score. Looks like it will be down here at shoot number 2. It might be rewrite time, or we might be seeing Lake and Krogman up next. Here we go, Jacob Wilson up next to go, the Arthur Cowboy. All right, got a head nod here. And nice mark out there. But not going to be able to get it done there to the whistle. So we're going to have to give a no score to Jacob Wilson. All right, here we go. Kane and Heath moving here into our re-ride. Here we go, Minden Cowboy climb on top of his re-ride Bronc right here. So far, once again, 67-61, only 2 scores on the board right now. And got something put together here. And he loves every single bit of that there, and so does the crowd. They're going wild. They're going crazy. We'll get a nice score on the board here for the Cowboy out of Minden, Nebraska, Canaan Heath. We'll see where it falls amongst the 67 and 61. 70 points, 7-0 there for Canaan Heath. 70 points will move him unofficially there into the lead right now. But there was one more left. Here we go. The Cowboy out of Valentine, Nebraska. Parker Chavez for the re-ride. And there's also Lake and Krogman, also out of Cherry County. Valentine, Nebraska representing. Looks like we're going to be moving with, we'll see where they put the rope. Might be on shoot 4, might be on shoot 2. And it's going to be a shoot number 4. Here we go. Lake and Krogman is going to be up next to go here in the saddle bronc riding. And Horace kind of stalls out there in the chutes. Going to regroup. Try him again here soon. Yep, here we go. And not going to be able to get it done there. It's going to be a no score for Lake and Krogman. No score. And now it all came down. We've seen a lot of rides. We've seen a couple re-rides. And here we are. Our final ride of the day here for Saddle Bronc riding. Parker Chavez, Cherry County Cowboy, up next to go out of Valentine, Nebraska. I'm pretty partial to it because I'm from Valentine. Here we go. Parker Chavez up next to go down here in shooting number 2. Got a 70 by Cannon Heath at the top of the leaderboard. Sitting second close behind there is Grady Gore with a 67, and then Court Buss in the third hole with a 61 is where we find 3 Saddle Bronc riders on the board so far. We'll see if Chavez can find himself on the board and where he falls amongst the rest of the Cowboys. Here we go. Parker Chavez up next to go here in the Saddle Bronc riding. All right, here we go. Climbing down here. Shooting number 2, Preferred Buck and Shoot. The Cowboy out of Valentine, Nebraska. Parker Chavez up next to go here. He's hopped on a bull. He's hopped on a bronc, and he says, heck, let's try it again. Here we go. Second bronc. Let's rock and roll. Not moving his feet, but staying back, lifting on his rein. He made it to the whistle there for 8 seconds, but there was a flag on the ground there, so we are going to have to give him a no score. All right, that'll cap things off there for the Saddle Bronc riding. Congrats to Cannon Heath for winning the Saddle Bronc riding with a score of 70. Now we're going to move back to the timed event side of the arena. Here comes the Cowgirls up next here for the second section of the Breakaway Open.
Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank. We're the bank.
All right, as we transition over here to the east edge of the arena, your first 3 Cowgirls up. First of all, we have 26 through 44 Cowgirls up to go here, so just sitting at about 18 or so. J.C. Anthony, Crofton, Macy Harrington, Bassett, Raylan Hunt, and Gordon, those are going to be your first 3 Cowgirls out to go here. After this second section and final section here of Breakaway Roping, we'll move into our second and final section of Team Roping. After that, we're at a little bit of a ranking, a little bit of dragging, bringing the cans. We'll finish the day off barrel racing. So continue to stay tuned, folks. We're thankful that you're here and being a part of the SandBox Media Rodeo broadcast as we're bringing you coverage of the Nebraska State Fair High School Rodeo here in Grand Island, Nebraska at the U.S. Foods Outdoor Arena. Been a great day so far. A couple rain showers here and there, but we're protected. We're out of the elements, and we're ready for some more rodeo action once again. Once the calves are loaded, the barrier is pulled. J.C. Anthony out of Crofton is going to kick things off. But we do have the tractor rolling in here. So we'll take a A little bit of a break before we're able to roll into the Breakaway Open, but continue to stay tuned for all the action.
At Shattern State College, we know the value of grit, hard work, and wide open opportunity. From the classroom to the arena, we help students ride toward a future as bold as the West. Schedule your campus visit today at csc.edu. At Cherry County Implement, they're proud to carry the tools and equipment that keep you moving. Whether you're out in the field with Vermeer, on the job with Bobcat, or turning wrenches in the shop with Napa, they've got you covered. Located in Valentine, Nebraska, Cherry County Implement understands what it takes to get the job done right. Their team is committed to keeping your operation running strong season after season. At Speedy Mart, they're proud to offer convenient locations all across Nebraska. Whether you are just looking to fuel up, grabbing something to drink, or a bite to eat, Speedy Mart has you covered. Headed to a rodeo or work, school or a vacation, fuel up with Speedy Mart. At Mitchell Equipment, they are proud to be your trusted Case IH dealer, providing reliable new or pre-owned equipment, genuine parts, and expert service from a team that's always ready to help. Whether you're out in the field or in the shop, they're here to keep your operation moving forward. Visit Mitchell Equipment in Atkinson or Humphrey today. They've got your back.
All right, tractor headed out of the arena, and we're finished up with the drag here. JC Anthony, Crofton Cowgirl, is going to kick things off here for this second section of Breakaway Open. And a little bit of a deep throw there. It's going to end up being a no time for J.C. Anthony. No time for the Cowgirl out of Crofton, Nebraska. Up next is going to be Macy Harrington out of Bassett. After that, Raylan Hunt out of Gordon. Then Sydney Barlow out of Ewing is going to be in the hole. And it's going to be a no time there for Macy. No time. Raylan Hunt out of Gordon up next to go, followed by Sydney Barlow out of Ewing. Then Kennedy Greeno out of Kearney is going to be in the hole. All right, in the box, getting ready. Gordon Cowgirl, Raylan Hunt up next to go here, and the Breakaway are open. And not going to be able to get it done there. It's going to be a no time for Raylan Hunt. Not out of luck so far today, and the Breakaway are open. Quite a bit of no times. Also, we've had some fast times as well. Seen a 4:04, seen a 5:45. Everyone chasing the 3:10 so far by Hadley Shrewsbury, Alliance Cowgirl. Getting ready here for Sydney Barlow out of Ewing, Nebraska. After her, we're going to watch Newman Grove, Alex Foray, and then in the hole is going to be Annie Hawkins out of Arthur. And we're going to put together something good here. We'll get a time here for Sydney Barlow out of Ewing. 3:36, 3.36 there for Sydney Barlow. Up next is Kennedy Greeno out of Kearney. Alex Foray, Newman Grove, then Annie Hawkins out of Arthur is going to be in the hole. All right, in the box, getting ready here. Kearney Cowgirl, Kennedy Greeno. And unable to get it done there. It's going to be a no time for Kennedy. Alex Foray out of Newman Grove up next to go, followed by Annie Hawkins out of Arthur. Then Sage Dyer out of the Panhandle representing Crawford, Nebraska is going to be in the hole. And won't be able to get it fished on there. It's going to be a no time for Alex Foray. Annie Hawkins up next out of Arthur, followed by Sage Dyer out of Crawford. And then in the hole is going to be Tatum Connell out of Thetford. got Annie Hawkins, Arthur Cowgirl up next to go here. And we're going to get a time here, but we are going to have to add 10. Did break out there.
We have to add for first breakout penalty. 3:35 turned into
13:35 there with the 10-second barrier penalty. Up next, Sage Dyer out of Crawford, followed by Tatum Connell out of Thetford. And then Maddie Merritt out of Wellfleet is going to be in the hole. And it's going to be a no time there, no time. Up next, Tatum Connell out of Thetford, followed by Maddie Merritt out of Wellfleet. Then Josie Sheffield out of Farnham is going to be in the hole. All right, in the box, getting ready. Tatum Connell, Thetford Cowgirl. And won't be able to make the reach. It's going to be a no time there for Tatum, no time. Up next, Maddie Merritt out of Wellfleet, followed by Josie Sheffield out of Farnham. Then Phoenix Brown out of North Platte is going to be in the hole. And just about getting halfway here through this second section of Breakaway Roping. Flying right along after this second section of Team Roping. Buzz right through that. Finish the day with some barrel raising. Continue to stay tuned. Follow along here. Getting ready for a head nod here for Maddie Merritt, Wellfleet, Nebraska Cowgirl. And gets it on. It's going to work out. Nice run there by Maddie Merritt. .77, 277 there for Maddie Merritt. Will unofficially move her into the #1 spot on the leaderboard there for the Wellfleet Cowgirl. 277 at the top. Up next, Josie Sheffield out of Farnham, followed by Phoenix Brown out of North Platte. Then in the hole is going to be Tommy Reed out of Crawford. And it's going to be a no time there for Josie, no time. Phoenix Brown, North Platte, Crawford Cowgirl, Tommy Reed on deck, and then Cassidy Vaughn out of Bartley is going to be in the hole. All right, got a barrier pulled. Phoenix Brown getting ready to back into the box. Looking to put on a clinic here in the Breakaway Roping. North Platte Cowgirl. And put on a clinic she does. Nice run there by the Cowgirl out of North Platte, Nebraska. Phoenix Brown. 3.50. Looking like unofficially that will move her, I believe, into the third hole spot there. 3-5-0. Tommy Reed, Crawford Cowgirl up next to go, followed by Cassidy Vaughn out of Bartley. Then Peyton Sheffield out of Stewart, Nebraska is going to be in the hole. And not going to be getting it done here. Tommy Reed with a no time. Up next, here we go. Cassidy Vaughn, Bartley, Peyton Sheffield, Stewart, Claire Ward, North Platte Cowgirl. She's going to be in the hole. Got about 6 more Cowgirls left to go here for this second section of Breakaway roping. And it's going to end up being a no time there for Cassidy Vaughn out of Bartley. No time. Peyton Sheffield, Stewart Cowgirl. Up next to go, followed by Claire Ward out of North Platte. And then your Nebraska High School Rodeo Queen, Felicia Kirkman out of Atkinson, Nebraska, is going to be in the hole. Winding things down. Team Ropers getting ready here. And we're going to get a time here. And looks like we're also clean at the barrier as well. We'll get you a nice time for Peyton Sheffield. .94 there. That'll move her into the second hole spot right there. Everyone's still chasing that 277 by Maddie Merritt out of Wellfleet. Up next, here we go, Claire Ward, North Platte Cowgirl. And a great run there by Claire Ward, and clean at the barrier as well. We'll get you a fast time here. .98 there for Claire Ward out of North Platte. That'll move her into the number 1 spot here in the Breakaway Open. Now with just 3 more Breakaway ropers left to go, Felicia Kirkman, Atkinson, Charlie Hoyer Herman, Remy Wells, Central City. And won't be able to get it fished on there. It's going to be a no time for Felicia, no time. Charlie Hoyer, Herman, Remy Wells, Central City, your final 2 Cowgirls to go here in the Breakaway Open.
Remy Wells, Central City. Final 2 together for the Breakaway Open. Charlie Hoyer. Sophomore. Along the Nebraska Iowa border, the town of Herman.
And looks like might have just ran right through it there, so we're going to take a note time for Charlie Hoyer. Had a Herman, and then it all came down to one cowgirl. Got a time in the 1, time in the 2s, time in the 3s, 4s, and 5s. We'll see where Remy Wells falls amongst the other cowgirls. Central City, here we go. All right, back into the box. Here we go. Remy Wells, Central City Cowgirl. Ready to rock and roll. Finish things off with a bang here in the breakaway roping. And it was close, but unable to get it done there. We're going to have to give her a note time. Note time there for Remy Wells out of Central City, but a lot of try there. Well, that will finish off our breakaway roping. Time now to move into the team roping. And coming back here in the team roping, we are going to kick things off here. This second section, your first 3 teams out. Carson Chesley, Harrisburg, Hunter Tees, Hay Springs, Hunter Cover, Ashby, Cooper Shrunk, Pender, Corbin Fleming, Bridgeport, Hudson, Edmeyer, Whitney. Those are going to be your first 3 teams out here in this second section of team roping.
Banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank. We're the bank.
All right, getting everything set. Getting the barrier moved over to the other side here. Once again, Harrisburg Hay Springs duo Carson Chesley and Hunter Tees are going to be your first team out to go here in this second section of team roping. Working with teams 28 through 50. So just over on the long end of the 30 side, 32, 33-ish teams to go here. Then after that, we'll move into the barrel racing. 53 barrel racers is what is on the docket. A lot of great athletes, a lot of great cowgirls and cowboys still left to watch. And it all starts off here, Chesley and Tees. And we got a head nod. We're going to get a catch up top. Not going to be able to get it done on the back side there, it looks like. We're going to have to give a no time to Chesley and Tees. Hunter Cover, Ashby, Cooper Shrunk, Pender up next to go, followed by Corbin Fleming out of Bridgeport and Hudson Edmeyer out of Whitney. And then in the hole is going to be Reese Gillespie out of McCook and Lane Foote out of North Platte. And nice catch up top. Here we go. And gets it done on the backside. Smooth run. .04 there for Hunter Covert and Cooper Shrunk. And looks like unofficially that moves them into the number 1 spot, actually, there, beating out that Blake Lancaster, Jacob Fanning time of an 8:45. And getting ready here for Corbin Fleming, Bridgeport, Hudson Edmeyer, Whitney. Here we go. Bridgeport Whitney duo up next to go here. And clean catch up top, unable to dally off though, so we're going to have to give them a note time. Note time for Fleming and Edmeyer. And up next is going to be Reese Gillespie out of McCook and Lane Foote out of North Platte. And on deck is going to be Cassidy Vaughn out of Bartley, Colby Holm out of Wallace. And then in the hole, Brandon Fruderberg out of Ainsworth and Declan Titus out of Valentine. Looks like still trying to get this steer out of there. Once we're able to, though, Gillespie Foote, they're going to be your next team up to go here. And still trying to get this steer out over here. Kind of turned into a little bit of an affair and kind of a rodeo. Your rodeo at a rodeo. But once the steer gets out there, we'll bring in Gillespie and Foote. Will be your next team, the McCook North Platte duo. All right, got the steer out of the arena. And we're ready to rock and roll with this next team. Here we go. Corbin Fleming, Reese Gillespie, Lane Foote. And it's going to be a no time there. No time for Reese and Lane. Up next, Cassidy Vaughn, Colby Holm, the Bartley Wallace duo. After them is going to be Brandon Frudenberg out of Ainsworth and Declan Titus out of Valentine. And then the Alliance Shadron duo, Panhandle representing Hadley Shrewsbury and Matthew Lynn. They're going to be in the hole. And gets down on the backside just with one leg. Going to have to add 5, but we will get a qualified time here. 23:07, 23.07. Up next, Brandon Frudenberg, Ainsworth, Declan, Titus, Valentine. Up next is going to be Hadley Shrewsbury, Matthew Lynn, and then in the hole is going to be Raylan Hunt out of Gordon and Dylan Hebert out of Hyannis. All right, in the box, getting ready here. And it's going to end up being a no time there. No time for Brandon and Declan. Up next, Panhandle duo. Here we go. Hadley Shrewsbury, Matthew Lynn up next to go, followed by Raylan Hunt out of Gordon, Dylan Ebert out of Alliance, and then Peyton Sheffield out of Stewart, Emerson Thorberg out of Mullen. They're going to be in the hole.
Breakaway results. 10 belongs to Kenny Hodges. 9 Shrewsbury. 9 Brendan Collier. 7 was Marissa White.
And it's going to be a no time there. No time. Up next, Raylan Hunt, Gordon, Dylan Ebert, Hyannis, Peyton Sheffield, Stewart, Emerson Thorberg, Mullen on deck, and then we're going to have Sutton Shrunk out of Valentine and Cooper Kerner out of Sutherland. They're going to be in the hole. And gets a head catch up top here. Won't be able to get it done on the backside, though. No time there for Raylan and Dylan. Peyton Sheffield, Stewart, Emerson Thorberg, Mullen. They're going to be up next to go. On deck's going to be Sutton Shrunk and Cooper Kerner, Valentine Sutherland duo. And then out of Burwell, Hudson Redmond and Alfred Schweitzer. They're going to be in the hole. All right, getting ready here for Sheffield and Thorberg, your next team up here in the team roping. Trying to get settled in here. In the roping box here. After that, we'll be able to watch Sheffield and Thorberg here in the team roping. And they're going to have to take a no time there. Up next, Sutton Shrunk, Broken Bow, Cooper Kerner, Sutherland. Then the Burwell duos, Hudson Redmond, Alfred Schweitzer are going to be on deck. And then Jacob Wilson out of Arthur and Dalton Dugan out of St. Paul. They're going to be in the hole. And won't be able to get it done on the front end there. It's going to be a no time for Sutton and Cooper. Up next, Hudson, Redmond, Burwell, Alfred Schweitzer, also out of Burwell. Jacob Wilson, Arthur, Dalton Dugan, St. Paul, they're going to be on deck. And then Tucker Marks out of Wisner and Trig Dieter out of Alma. You're going to find them in the hole. All right, in the box, getting ready here. Hudson Redmond, Alfred Schweitzer, Burwell duo. And gets a head catch, turns the corner, tries to lay one in there. And he's going to get it done. One by the Hawk there. We're going to have to add 5, but he will get it done. $16.88, 16.88 there for Redmond and Schweitzer. Jacob Wilson, Arthur, Dalton Dugan, St. Paul up next to go, followed by Tucker Marks out of Wisner, then Trig Dieter out of Alma. They're going to be on deck. And then Carson McBride and Kanan Heath, the Kearney Minden duo, they're going to be in the hole. Going to get a catch up top. And we're going to get something done on the backside too. Smooth run here by Wilson and Dugan. $8.53, 8.53 there by Wilson and Dugan. Tucker Marks, Wisner, Trig, Dieter, Alma, they're going to be up next, followed by Carson McBride and Kanan Heath. Then Braxton Barner and Maverick McConnell, the Hershey-Paxton duo, they're going to find themselves in the hole. And won't be able to get it done there on the backside. They're going to have to take a no time. No time for Marks and Dieter. Carson McBride, Kearney, Kanan Heath, Minden up next to go, followed by Braxton Barner out of Hershey, Maverick McConnell out of Paxton. And then in the hole is going to be Macy Harrington out of Bassett, and then Luke Mead out of Norfolk. And we're going to catch up top there by Carson. Cannon on the backside. Almost had it there. Wasn't able to finish, so it's going to be a no time for McBride and Heath. Braxton Barner out of Hershey, Maverick McConnell, Paxton. They're going to be up next to go, followed by Macy Harrington out of Bassett, Luke Mead out of Norfolk. And then in the hole is going to be Cooper Neal out of Amherst and Logan Lindsley out of Osceola. Getting ready here for Barner McConnell. A little past halfway so far in this second section of team roping. And going to get a catch up top. Here we go, turn the corner. And lays one in there, dallies off. Gonna have to add 5, but they will get a qualified time. 1369, 1369, and that's with the 5-second penalty right there. Macy Harrington, Bassett, Luke Mead, Norfolk up next to go, followed by Cooper Neal out of Amherst, Logan Lindsley, Osceola, and then Cato Shrunk, Pender, Hessen Fay, Cody. They're going to be in the hole. There we go, Macy, clean catch up top. Let's turn the corner and lay one in there. And unable to get it done there on the backside. Macy and Luke are going to have to take a no time. Cooper Neal, Amherst, Logan Lindsley, Osceola up next to go, followed by Cato Shrunk and a Heston Fay. And then Ryland Swanson and Grady Gorwell, the Arthur Hyannis duo, they're going to be in the hole. And a clean catch up top. Lays one in there on the backside. That's 2 feet. Let's dally off. Here we go. Flag drops. Smooth run by Cooper Neal and Logan Lindsley. We'll get you a nice time here soon for the duo out of Amherst and Osceola. .02 there for Cooper Neal and Logan Lindsley. And I believe unofficially that will move them into the top of the leaderboard. So nice run with a 7:02 by Cooper Neal and Logan Lindsley. Up next, here we go, Cato Shrunk, Pender, Hessen, Fay, Cody. We're watching them right now. And a little bit of trouble there. Caught the head as well as the front 2 feet. Unable to make anything work off of that, most likely, so we're going to have to give them a no time. Up next, Ryland Swanson, Arthur, Grady Gorwell, Hyannis. On deck's going to be Court Lawton and Brindley Maddox, the Overton Kearney duo. And then Kanan and Coulter Grant out of Whitman are going to be in the hole. Just 5 more teams left to go here in the team roping before we move into our final event of the day, and that's with barrel racing. And won't be getting it done on the backside there. It's going to be a no time for that team. No time for Swanson and Gorwell. All right, Court Lawton, Overton, Brindley Maddox, Kearney up next, followed by Kanan and Coulter Grant out of Whitman. And then Jess Fanning, the Binkle out of Binkelman, and Bladen Arnsdorf out of Tryon. They're going to be in the hole. And looks like we might get a half head up top here. But won't be able to get it done on the backside. Court and Brindley are going to have to take a no time. All right, here we go. Final 3 team ropers left to go of this second and final section of team roping. Kanan and Coulter Grant out of Whitman. Jess Fanning out of Binkelman. Bladen Arnsdorf out of Tryon. And then Kennedy Greeno out of Kearney. Sage Dyer to Crawford will be your final team to go. Getting ready here for Kanan and Coulter Grant, the Whitman duo up next. Nice catch up top, and we get the alley off. Here we go, backside. Unable to get it done on the backside there, so it's going to be no time for Kanan and Coulter Grant. Up next, here we go, Jess Fanning, Binkelman, Bladen Arnsdorf, Tryon, Kennedy Greeno, Carney, Sage Dyer, Crawford, your final two teams left to go here. Continue to stay tuned because we still got barrel racing left. All right, got the healer headed into the box. Here we go, Jess Fanning, Blaine Arnsdorf. Let's try to put on a clinic here, and the team roping with just two teams left. And looks like we won't be able to get it done on the front side there. We're going to have to give them a no time. All right, Kennedy Greeno and Sage Dyer. Carney Crawford duo. They're going to finish things off here. All right, here we go. Kennedy Greeno, Sage Dyer. Cowgirls out of Carney and Crawford back into the box, getting ready to go here. Final run of the team roping. Little trouble here in the box, but getting close to being ready here is Kennedy Greeno and Sage Dyer. And won't be able to get it done on the front side there, so they're going to have to take a no time. And that'll conclude our team roping. We'll bring in the tractor, start dragging, get some barrels set up, and we'll finish the day off barrel racing. Continue to stay tuned, folks. Taking a little break here. Let's do some commercials and some ads, and we'll be right back.
At Shattern State College, we know the value of grit, hard work, and wide open opportunity. From the classroom to the arena, we help students ride toward a future as bold as the West. Schedule your campus visit today at csc.edu. At Cherry County Implement, they're proud to carry the tools and equipment that keep you moving. Whether you're out in the field with Vermeer, on the job with Bobcat, or turning wrenches in the shop with Napa, they've got you covered. Located in Valentine, Nebraska, Cherry County Implement understands what it takes to get the job done right. Their team is committed to keeping your operation running strong season after season. At Speedy Mart, they're proud to offer convenient locations all across Nebraska. Whether you are just looking to fuel up, grabbing something to drink, or a bite to eat, Speedy Mart has you covered. Headed to a rodeo or work, school or a vacation, fuel up with Speedy Mart. At Mitchell Equipment, they are proud to be your trusted Case IH dealer, providing reliable new or pre-owned equipment, genuine parts, and expert service from a team that's always ready to help. Whether you're out in the field or in the shop, they're here to keep your operation moving forward. Visit Mitchell Equipment in Atkinson or Humphrey today. They've got your back.
All right, finished prepping the grounds. Here we go, getting ready to kick things off with Aspen King, the Sydney Cowgirl, up first to go here in the barrel racing. Aspen King working for us right now, Sydney Cowgirl. And a little stumble on that second barrel, but she's up and walking back around. That's a tough Cowgirl right there. She's going to be all right. And we're thankful to see that. We're thankful to see that she is going to be up, moving around, and going to be doing all right. Once again, that was Aspen King out of Sydney, one tough Cowgirl right there. We're going to bring up next JC Anthony, Crofton Cowgirl, followed by Felicia Kirkman out of Atkinson. Then Audrey Worth out of Hyannis is going to be in the hole. Looks like we might be having a little discussion after that run on maybe how the barrels are set up or something. We'll let you know if we find out. Your next Cowgirl up, though, like I said before, is going to be the Crofton Cowgirl, JC Anthony, followed by your Nebraska High School Rodeo Queen, Felicia Kirkman out of Atkinson, and then Audrey Worth out of Hyannis is going to be in the hole. Yep, so we're going to switch things over here. A little bit of unsafe pattern, kind of, at least where it's sitting right now. So we're going to change things up here. Going to move the barrels, I believe, over.
Banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank. We're the bank.
At Shattern State College, we know the value of grit, hard work, and wide open opportunity. From the classroom to the arena, we help students ride toward a future as bold as the West. Schedule your campus visit today at csc.edu. At Cherry County Implement, they're proud to carry the tools and equipment that keep you moving. Whether you're out in the field with Vermeer, on the job with Bobcat, or turning wrenches in the shop with Napa, they've got you covered. Located in Valentine, Nebraska, Cherry County Implement understands what it takes to get the job done right. Their team is committed to keeping your operation running strong season after season. At Speedy Mart, they're proud to offer convenient locations all across Nebraska. Whether you are just looking to fuel up, grabbing something to drink, or a bite to eat, Speedy Mart has you covered. Headed to a rodeo or work, school or a vacation, fuel up with Speedy Mart. At Mitchell Equipment, they are proud to be your trusted Case IH dealer, providing reliable new or pre-owned equipment, genuine parts, and expert service from a team that's always ready to help. Whether you're out in the field or in the shop, they're here to keep your operation moving forward. Visit Mitchell Equipment in Atkinson or Humphrey today. They've got your back.
And we're just kind of repositioning the barrels there. If you're tuning in right now, had a little bit of a slip up there with our first barrel racer out. Aspen King, she's up moving around. She's going to be doing all right. But we thought, heck, we don't want to see that again. So going to kind of not change the pattern up, but maybe shift things over a little bit towards the south, a little bit more, maybe to give some space and just change things up so that doesn't happen again for the foreseeable future. And when we're done with that, we'll come back with J.C. Anthony out of Crofton, Felicia Kirkman out of Atkinson, then Audra Bellworth out of Hyannis. I want to thank you again for tuning in here to the SandBox Media Rodeo broadcast. September 5th through the 7th, we'll be in Lexington, Nebraska at the Dawson County Fairgrounds there for the Nebraska State Rodeo Association Finals. So make sure to come out if you're in the area and able to make it. But if not, then make sure you tune in and catch all the action here on SandBox Media Facebook page or our YouTube channel. Following this week, we'll also be at the Mid-Plains Community College Rodeo there in North Platte, Nebraska at the Wild West Arena. There's Stampede Rodeo. We're excited to be a part of it. 7 p.m. 7 p.m. performances. My apologies. 7 p.m. performances there on Thursday and Friday night, as well as Saturday night, 7 p.m. Following the Friday, Thursday, and Friday performances, we'll have a 9 o'clock or 9:30 slack. And then the next morning, Friday morning and Saturday morning at 9 a.m., I believe we will have the morning slacks during that time. Your average performance will go about 2 hours usually, and then 3.5 hours for the slack. So make sure to be able to tune in to catch all the action there, 7 p.m. and 9 p.m. We'd love to see you there. Getting close to being ready here once again. J.C. Anthony out of Crofton is going to kick things off. Also some exciting things planned for October and November, potentially December even as well. So make sure to continue to follow along and stay tuned while we bring you all the rodeo action and coverage for events all across the Midwest and beyond. Thanks for tuning in here to SandBox Media.
Kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank. We're the bank.
Looks like we might be getting a little bit closer here. looks like we're just testing the eye out, getting ready to rock and roll here with the barrel racing. Had one go, a little bit of a slip up there, so kind of switch things up with the pattern. But we're ready to be back rocking and rolling here. J.C. Anthony is going to kick things off here, followed by Felicia Kirkman out of Atkinson, and then Audrey Worth out of Hyannis is going to be in the hole. All right, here comes J.C. Anthony Crofton Cowgirl. And clean pattern, headed home here. 17.218. 17.218 there for J.C. Anthony. Felicia Kirkman up next out of Atkinson, followed by Audrey Worth out of Hyannis. And then Chloe Wareham out of Hershey is going to be in the hole.
Sixteen
16.526 there for Felicia Kirkman. Audrey Worth out of Hyannis up next to go, followed by Chloe Wareham out of Hershey. And then Shelby Jergens out of Eustis is going to be in the hole.
Eighteen
18.952 there for Audrey Worth. Chloe Wareham out of Hershey up next to go, followed by Shelby Jergens out of Eustis. Then Marissa Weichert out of Grant's going to be in the hole.
$18.094.
18.094. Shelby Jergens up next out of Eustis, followed by Marissa Weichert out of Grant, Nebraska. And then potentially Tommy Reed out of Crawford. We'll see when they rake here. And turns the third barrel. Another clean pattern headed home here. 18.619. And Marissa Weichert out of Grant's going to be up next. right, here comes Marissa Weigert kicking off things for her pattern.
We're going to add 10 seconds total up at a 26-9-33.
26-9-3-3 there. All right, we're going to bring in the tractor and rake the pattern.
Should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank, we're the bank.
At Shattern State College, we know the value of grit, hard work, and wide open opportunity. From the classroom to the arena, we help students ride toward a future as bold as the West. Schedule your campus visit today at csc.edu. At Cherry County Implement, they're proud to carry the tools and equipment that keep you moving. Whether you're out in the field with Vermeer, on the job with Bobcat, or turning wrenches in the shop with Napa, they've got you covered. Located in Valentine, Nebraska, Cherry County Implement understands what it takes to get the job done right. Their team is committed to keeping your operation running strong season after season. At Speedy Mart, they're proud to offer convenient locations all across Nebraska. Whether you are just looking to fuel up, grabbing something to drink, or a bite to eat, Speedy Mart has you covered. Headed to a rodeo or work, school or a vacation, fuel up with Speedy Mart. At Mitchell Equipment, they are proud to be your trusted Case IH dealer, providing reliable new or pre-owned equipment, genuine parts, and expert service from a team that's always ready to help. Whether you're out in the field or in the shop, they're here to keep your operation moving forward. Visit Mitchell Equipment in Atkinson or Humphrey today. They've got your back.
And coming back after this rake, your next set of cowgirls here in this second flight is going to be Tommy Reed of Crawford, Remy Wells, Central City, Bryn McCauley, Mullen, Harper Hershey, Torrington, Taylor Rosander, Woolback, Allie Dugan, St. Paul, and then Callan Cox of Purdom. All right, getting barrels set back up. Once again, coming back here after this rake, Tommy Reed of Crawford's going to kick things off here for this second flight of barrel racing. And headed home off a clean pattern here. Tommy Reed, Crawford Cowgirl. 17-807. 17-807. Up next, Remy Wells, Central City. Bryn McCauley, Mullen on deck. And then Harper Hershey, Torrington, Wyoming is going to be in the hole. Sixteen 7-1-3. Bryn McCauley out of Mullen up next, followed by Harper Hershey out of Torrington. Then Taylor Rosander out of Woolback's going to be in the hole. 27-6-60, 27-6-6-0 there for Bryn McCauley with that 10-second penalty. Up next, Harper Hershey out of Torrington, followed by Taylor Rosander out of Wallback. Then Allie Dugan out of St. Paul is going to be in the hole.
Round left, one more. Stop that 9, 17-5, 65.
17-5, there for Harper Hershey out of Torrington, Wyoming. Taylor Rosander out of Wallback up next, followed by Allie Dugan out of St. Paul. And then Callie Cox out of Purdom is going to be in the hole. And she will finish off your second flight of barrel racing. Twenty-two 092, 22.092 there. Well, that's with 5-second penalty. And up next, Allie Dugan out of St. Paul, then Callan Cox out of Purdom, and then we'll rake.
We drop the final man. Allie Dugan will be a
22.953. 22.953 there for Allie Dugan with that dropped can there. We're going to have to add 5. And that's a 22.953. Here we go. Callan Cox, Purdom Cowgirls is going to be your final athlete to go here in this second flight of barrel racing. And a little bit of trouble on that first barrel. But Callan gets up and is moving around. She's going to be okay. It's a tough cowgirl again right there. The cowgirl out of Purdom, Nebraska, Callan Cox. All right, going to bring in the tractor and rake here.
At Shattern State College, we know the value of grit, hard work, and wide open opportunity. From the classroom to the arena, we help students ride toward a future as bold as the West. Schedule your campus visit today at csc.edu. At Cherry County Implement, they're proud to carry the tools and equipment that keep you moving. Whether you're out in the field with Vermeer, on the job with Bobcat, or turning wrenches in the shop with Napa, they've got you covered. Located in Valentine, Nebraska, Cherry County Implement understands what it takes to get the job done right. Their team is committed to keeping your operation running strong season after season. At Speedy Mart, they're proud to offer convenient locations all across Nebraska. Whether you are just looking to fuel up, grabbing something to drink, or a bite to eat, Speedy Mart has you covered. Headed to a rodeo or work, school or a vacation, fuel up with Speedy Mart. At Mitchell Equipment, they are proud to be your trusted Case IH dealer, providing reliable new or pre-owned equipment, genuine parts, and expert service from a team that's always ready to help. Whether you're out in the field or in the shop, they're here to keep your operation moving forward. Visit Mitchell Equipment in Atkinson or Humphrey today. They've got your back.
All right, just getting close to finishing up this rake here. When we come back, Aubrey Shrewsbury, Sophia Schemper, Callie Olson, Bodell Kaler, Ella Schweitzer, Josie Rother, and McCready Lantis are going to be your Cowgirls up next after the break.
Banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank. We're the bank.
Couple more patterns here, getting the barrel set back up once again. Aubrey Shrewsbury, Alliance Cowgirl, is going to be your first athlete to kick things off for this third flight of barrel racing. All right, here we go. Alliance Cowgirl, Aubrey Shrewsbury kicking things off. Sophia Schemper out of Holdridge is going to be on deck. And then Callie Olson out of Bloomfield is going to be in the hole. Aubrey Shrewsbury working for us right now here in the barrel racing. And heads home on a clean pattern. Great way to kick things off for this third flight of barrel racing. 16.421, 16.421 there for Aubrey Shrewsbury. Sophia Schemper up next, followed by Callie Olson, and then Bodell Kaler is going to be in the hole. Holdridge Cowgirl working for you right now here in the barrel racing. Here we go, headed home, clean pattern again. So far, competitive third flight. 20.461, 20.461. Bloomfield Cowgirl, Callie Olson up next to go, followed by Bodell Kaler out of Chapel. Then Ellis White sort of Burwell is going to be in the hole. Seventeen zero 17.070 there for Callie Olson. 17.070. Up next, Bodell Kaler out of Chapel, El Schweitzer, Burwell. Then Josie Rother out of Belgrade is going to be in the hole.
About a 17.138.
17.138 there for Bodell Kaler out of Chapel. Up next, here we go, Ellis Schweitzer, Burwell. This is actually Josie Rother going right now out of Belgrade. Looks like there might have been a turnout there for, I believe, Bodell Kaler. Might have been a turnout there. 18.056, 18.056. McCready Lantis out of Hershey up next to go. McCready Lantis headed home here. 23.466, 23.466 there. All right, we're going to rake.
Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank. We're the bank.
At Shattern State College, we know the value of grit, hard work, and wide open opportunity. From the classroom to the arena, we help students ride toward a future as bold as the West. Schedule your campus visit today at csc.edu. At Cherry County Implement, they're proud to carry the tools and equipment that keep you moving. Whether you're out in the field with Vermeer, on the job with Bobcat, or turning wrenches in the shop with Napa, they've got you covered. Located in Valentine, Nebraska, Cherry County Implement understands what it takes to get the job done right. Their team is committed to keeping your operation running strong season after season. At Speedy Mart, they're proud to offer convenient locations all across Nebraska. Whether you are just looking to fuel up, grabbing something to drink, or a bite to eat, Speedy Mart has you covered. Headed to a rodeo or work, school or a vacation, fuel up with Speedy Mart. At Mitchell Equipment, they are proud to be your trusted Case IH dealer, providing reliable new or pre-owned equipment, genuine parts, and expert service from a team that's always ready to help. Whether you're out in the field or in the shop, they're here to keep your operation moving forward. Visit Mitchell Equipment in Atkinson or Humphrey today. They've got your back.
All right, tractor powered down. Here we go, getting ready to kick things off for this fourth flight of barrel racing. Atlee Anderson out of Hastings is going to go first, followed by Grace Kraft out of Bellwood. And then Raquel Hunt out of Gordon is going to be in the hole. Eighteen two 39, 18-239 there for Atlee Anderson. Grace Kraft up next out of Bellwood, followed by Raquel Hunt out of Gordon. Then Carson McBride out of Kearney is going to be in the hole. 16.291 there for the Cowgirl out of Bellwood, Grace Krafka. Raquel Hunt up next out of Gordon, followed by Carson McBride out of Kearney. And then Kinsey Walls out of Ainsworth is going to be in the hole. 19.046. 19.046 there for Raquel. Here we go, Carson McBride, Carney Cowgirl up next to go, followed by Kinsey Walls out of Ainsworth, then Aubrey Whitaker out of Humphrey.
Well, the last one was definitely the best one. 41.537.
20.537 there for Carson McBride. 20.537. Up next, here we go, Kinsey Walls out of Ainsworth, followed by Aubrey Whitaker out of Humphrey. Then Ansley DeGroff out of Ithaca is going to finish things off here for this fourth flight of barrel racing. Seventeen three 17-371 there for Kinsey Walls. Aubrey Whitaker up next to go. Humphrey Cowgirl, followed by Ithaca Athlete right here, Ansley DeGroff, and then Will Rake. $16.664 there for Aubrey Whitaker out of Humphrey. And here we go, Ansley DeGroff, Ithaca Cowgirls going to finish things off for this fourth flight of barrel racing. Just crossed over halfway, a little bit to go. $19.963. All right, we're going to rake and come back with the next flight of barrel racing.
Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank. We're the bank.
At Shattern State College, we know the value of grit, hard work, and wide open opportunity. From the classroom to the arena, we help students ride toward a future as bold as the West. Schedule your campus visit today at csc.edu. At Cherry County Implement, they're proud to carry the tools and equipment that keep you moving. Whether you're out in the field with Vermeer, on the job with Bobcat, or turning wrenches in the shop with Napa, they've got you covered. Located in Valentine, Nebraska, Cherry County Implement understands what it takes to get the job done right. Their team is committed to keeping your operation running strong season after season. At Speedy Mart, they're proud to offer convenient locations all across Nebraska. Whether you are just looking to fuel up, grabbing something to drink, or a bite to eat, Speedy Mart has you covered. Headed to a rodeo or work, school or a vacation, fuel up with Speedy Mart. At Mitchell Equipment, they are proud to be your trusted Case IH dealer, providing reliable new or pre-owned equipment, genuine parts, and expert service from a team that's always ready to help. Whether you're out in the field or in the shop, they're here to keep your operation moving forward. Visit Mitchell Equipment in Atkinson or Humphrey today. They've got your back.
All right, that'll conclude that rake there. So here we go. Coming back, your next set of cowgirls are going to be Raylan Hunt, Macy Harrington, Adeline Hill, Gracie Downing, Gracie Pearson, Kylie Lawton, and Taryn Namath. Gordon Cowgirl is going to set the bar, though, here for this fifth flight. Raylan Hunt. And a nice way to kick things off there. Clean pattern will get you a nice time for Gordon Cowgirl. 17-194, 17-194 there for Raylan Hunt. All right, Macy Harrington out of Bassett up next to go, followed by Adeline Hill out of Stapleton. Then Gracie Downing, also out of Stapleton, is going to be in the hole. $21,999. $21,999 there. Up next, here we go. Adeline Hill out of Stapleton, then Gracie Downing out of Stapleton. And then we'll see in the hole. Here we go. Gracie Pearson out of Hershey. Your next three Cowgirls to go. Seventeen zero seven two there for Adeline Hill. Gracie Downing, Stapleton Cowgirl up next to go, followed by Gracie Pearson out of Hershey. Then Kylie Lawton out of Overton is going to be in the hole. $23,848 there for Gracie Downing. All right, here we go. Final three barrel racers of this fifth flight of barrel racers. Kicking things off, Gracie Pearson, Hershey, Kylie Lawton, Overton, then Taryn Namath at Ogallala. $29,113. Up next, here we go. Kylie Lawton at Overton, followed by Taryn Namath at Ogallala, and then we'll rake. $18,310 there for Kylie Lawton. Up next, and your final cowgirl to go of this fifth flight is going to be Taryn Namath out of Ogallala, Nebraska. And it's going to end up being a no time there for Taryn Namath. No time All right, we're going to rake and come back with our sixth flight of Cowgirls.
Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank. We're the bank.
At Shattern State College, we know the value of grit, hard work, and wide open opportunity. From the classroom to the arena, we help students ride toward a future as bold as the West. Schedule your campus visit today at csc.edu. At Cherry County Implement, they're proud to carry the tools and equipment that keep you moving. Whether you're out in the field with Vermeer, on the job with Bobcat, or turning wrenches in the shop with Napa, they've got you covered. Located in Valentine, Nebraska, Cherry County Implement understands what it takes to get the job done right. Their team is committed to keeping your operation running strong season after season. At Speedy Mart, they're proud to offer convenient locations all across Nebraska. Whether you are just looking to fuel up, grabbing something to drink, or a bite to eat, Speedy Mart has you covered. Headed to a rodeo or work, school or a vacation, fuel up with Speedy Mart. At Mitchell Equipment, they are proud to be your trusted Case IH dealer, providing reliable new or pre-owned equipment, genuine parts, and expert service from a team that's always ready to help. Whether you're out in the field or in the shop, they're here to keep your operation moving forward. Visit Mitchell Equipment in Atkinson or Humphrey today. They've got your back.
All right, got the tractor headed out of the way here. Coming back with this sixth flight of barrel racing: Tegan Prosser, Ty Miller, Abigail Addison, Caitlin Freeberg, Danelle Legg, Brooke Baker, and Phoenix Brown. Just three more flights left to go. 2 full flights and a half flight. We're getting close. Here we go. Kicking things off with the Crawford Cowgirl, Tegan Prosser. Eighteen six three zero. 18-630. Ty Miller out of Valentine up next to go, followed by Abigail Addison out of Atkinson. Then Caitlin Freeberg out of Brule is going to be in the hole.
Thank you very much to Sarah Casera and the rest of her crew. Providing so much work and effort putting in. High school rodeo, all within the University of Nebraska rodeo team members. All of our hard work and dedication to making the rodeo possible. Making it happen. About a 17.496.
17-496. Abigail Addison, Atkinson up next to go, followed by Caitlin Freeberg out of Brule. Then Danelle Legg, the Kennesaw Cowgirl, is going to be in the hole.
$17,339.
17-339 there. Up next is going to be Caitlin Freeberg out of Brule, followed by Danelle Legg out of Kennesaw, then Brooke Baker out of Silver Creek. And looks like we got a little bit more rain coming down again here. Kind of just a sprinkle, not real too much of a shower right now. But we're tough. Here we go. Going to power through it. Watching Caitlin Freeberg right here. Work the pattern. 18-9-88. 18-9-88 there. Up next, here we go. Donnell Egg out of Kennesaw, Brooke Baker, Silver Creek, and then Phoenix Brown out of North Platte. 18.430. 18.430. And as you can tell, it's sure raining right now. Nineteen zero 4-3. 19-0-4-3. All right, North Platte Cowgirl up next to go. Phoenix Brown. Watching Phoenix Brown, North Platte Cowgirl work for us right now here in the barrel racing as it's pouring, if you aren't able to tell there. $23,346, I believe. All right, we're going to rake. All right, getting the barrel set back up here. Powering through the rain. Shelly Milson out of Dunnings is who we're going to come back with. Then Tristan Meeks out of Sutherland. Annie Hawkins, Arthur. Haley Miller, Broken Bow. Tierney Miller, Valentine. Ella Daly, Ainsworth. Then Hadley, Nip, Bloomfield. right, here comes Shaylee Milson working for us here in the bear racing. Dunning Cowgirl. And headed home off a clean pattern. 18-099 there for Shaylee Milson. Tristan Meeks out of Sutherland up next to go, followed by Annie Hawkins out of Arthur. Then Haley Miller out of Broken Bow is going to be in the hole. And Tristan Meeks headed home here. .850, 1985 there for Tristan Meeks, and it's kind of coming down again hard. Here we go, Annie Hawkins, Arthur, Haley Miller, Broken Bow, Tierney Miller, Valentine, your next three Cowgirls to go. $17,192 there for Haley Miller, or Annie Hawkins, my apologies. Here comes Haley Miller, Broken Bow Cowgirl. Tierney Miller out of Valentine is going to be on deck. Then Ella Daly out of Ainsworth is going to be in the hole. And headed home here off a clean pattern. Nice run here by Haley Miller out of Broken Bow. 17.109. Up next, Tierney Miller out of Valentine, followed by Ella Daly out of Ainsworth. Then Hadley Nip out of Bloomfield is going to be in the hole. $22,568. That's with the +5 there. Ella Daly out of Ainsworth up next to go, followed by Hadley Nip out of Bloomfield. All right, here it comes. Ainsworth Cowgirl, Ella Daly entering the arena right now. And rounds third headed home. Clean pattern here by Ella Daly. 17.852 for the Ainsworth Cowgirl. 17.852. All right, Bloomfield Cowgirl Hadley Nip's going to finish off this seventh flight of barrel racing. Then we'll come back with just 4 more after that to finish off the day and the weekend here. And Hadley Nip headed home off a clean pattern here. Bloomfield Cowgirl will get you time here soon. 22.391. 22.391. All right. Going to bring in the tractor drag, and we'll come back with our final flight of Cowgirls.
Banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank. We're the bank.
At Shattern State College, we know the value of grit, hard work, and wide open opportunity. From the classroom to the arena, we help students ride toward a future as bold as the West. Schedule your campus visit today at csc.edu. At Cherry County Implement, they're proud to carry the tools and equipment that keep you moving. Whether you're out in the field with Vermeer, on the job with Bobcat, or turning wrenches in the shop with Napa, they've got you covered. Located in Valentine, Nebraska, Cherry County Implement understands what it takes to get the job done right. Their team is committed to keeping your operation running strong season after season. At Speedy Mart, they're proud to offer convenient locations all across Nebraska. Whether you are just looking to fuel up, grabbing something to drink, or a bite to eat, Speedy Mart has you covered. Headed to a rodeo or work, school or a vacation, fuel up with Speedy Mart. At Mitchell Equipment, they are proud to be your trusted Case IH dealer, providing reliable new or pre-owned equipment, genuine parts, and expert service from a team that's always ready to help. Whether you're out in the field or in the shop, they're here to keep your operation moving forward. Visit Mitchell Equipment in Atkinson or Humphrey today. They've got your back.
All right, now Swanson, Arthur, Nebraska. Forward, fifth, the ball, and then after those three, break one more time.
All right, here comes Addison Freeberg. Got a Brule. Actually, this is Rylan Swanson, an Arthur, Nebraska Cowgirl. And headed home, kicking things off with a bang for this final flight of barrel racers. 16.473. 16.473. I believe that moves her into the top three, potentially top two spots so far here today. Mullen Cowgirl, Emerson Thorberg, working for you right now. And headed home, Mullen Cowgirl, clean pattern. 16.995. 16.995. All right, Casey Phipps, Whitman, Nebraska Cowgirls, going to finish things off here today. And headed home, we're going to end the day here with a clean pattern for the Whitman Cowgirl, Casey Phipps. 17.468.
Community banking should be kind of personal, like bottle feeding a newborn calf or watching your child win their first game. At Security First Bank, you'll find in-person expertise and tailored banking solutions. Security First Bank. We're the bank.
At Shattern State College, we know the value of grit, hard work, and wide open opportunity. From the classroom to the arena, we help students ride toward a future as bold as the West. Schedule your campus visit today at csc.edu. At Cherry County Implement, they're proud to carry the tools and equipment that keep you moving. Whether you're out in the field with Vermeer, on the job with Bobcat, or turning wrenches in the shop with Napa, they've got you covered. Located in Valentine, Nebraska, Cherry County Implement understands what it takes to get the job done right. Their team is committed to keeping your operation running strong season after season. At Speedy Mart, they're proud to offer convenient locations all across Nebraska. Whether you are just looking to fuel up, grabbing something to drink, or a bite to eat, Speedy Mart has you covered. Headed to a rodeo or work, school or a vacation, fuel up with Speedy Mart. At Mitchell Equipment, they are proud to be your trusted Case IH dealer, providing reliable new or pre-owned equipment, genuine parts, and expert service from a team that's always ready to help. Whether you're out in the field or in the shop, they're here to keep your operation moving forward. Visit Mitchell Equipment in Atkinson or Humphrey today. They've got your back.
All right, coming back here. I believe this is our final cow and girl to go. Aspen King. We kicked things off with her, and we're going to finish the day. We're going to give her another shot because we switched up the pattern there. So here we go. Sydney Cowgirl Aspen King is going to finish things off here at the U.S. Foods Outdoor Arena, State Fair, Grand Island, Nebraska. Here we go, kicking off her pattern. And here we go. Aspen King headed home like a champion. Sydney Cowgirl bounces back. 21-5-85. 21-5-85. Well, thanks for tuning in, folks. We'll catch you this weekend at the Nebraska State Rodeo Association Amateur Finals.